Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the sanity clause on today because today is like Santa Claus has come to the Philippines, baby. So what we're going to talk about today is what I've been last few business days here in the Philippines. Hold on, I have some messages. So I have been not to the building department, but in touch with the building inspector in regards to upgrading the plans for the hotel. Okay. All right. Okay. I got my messages. Thank you. All right. I see them. Okay. So what I did was last week in one of my free days, I went to the building inspector's house, who's taken care of the inspections on my job thus far, and spoke with him about upgrading the hotel. Oh my God, my hair's a mess. Spoke with him about upgrading the hotel to a 6-story building, which was always a possibility, except fiscally, I didn't think I would be able to do the whole hotel with a 6-story footprint and structure of the additional cost of an elevator. So not only does the building have to have, when you go past 4 stories, it has to have an elevator, and it also has to have a fire suppression system in the hotel, which is not so much, but that's a new hold on, that's a new process. That's only about 2 years old. All right, so let me just lower this. So that plus the additional cost for the fire suppression system and the elevator, I didn't think it was worth it. But Warren and I were talking about 2 weeks ago, and he asked me if the hotel could be built to 6 stories. And I said, yeah, it's not a problem. The area is cleared for 6-story buildings. And I already have my height clearance. You need a height clearance certificate from the FAA. So that all that paperwork for that, the permits are done, the plans are done, all that's done. And the inspector explained to me the thing that would have to change is not, well, the size of what is called the footings would change slightly. However, the holes that I dug are bigger than what was required by 2 feet in each direction. So, and I was going to make the footings 8 feet by 8 feet by 16 inches thick anyway. They only called for 6 by 6 by 16. So that would be one thing that would change on the plans. And then the columns, the vertical columns would also have to be changed. The diameter of the vertical columns would have to change. The amount of steel in the vertical columns would have to change, and the size of the rebar would also have to change. So when I originally thought about building a 6-story building, the costs for the additional steel and the additional concrete didn't warrant going to the 6-story. But Warren asked if it's possible, and the answer is yes. The answer is a definitive yes, as long as the hotel incorporates a 4-person elevator, it needs a fire. All hotels need a fire escape after 3 floors anyway. Maybe 2 now, but 3 a few years ago. And also, it would have to incorporate the fire suppression system up to the 6th floor with a water tank on the roof for that. But being that the building is all concrete, that's just a precautionary method. So that's done. so we know now, so when things go back to normal in the municipalities and the plans and permits and things like that, I'll find out the additional details to upgrade. And then Warren and I will discuss whether or not we want to do that. So in addition to that, I also took over another piece of property. I'm not sure right now. It's adjacent to my property. I took it over 3 years ago. Contractually, I have the property. And I wanted originally to use that additional piece of property to extend the hotel another 8 feet. But they changed the building codes for the setbacks off the road. And then they moved the road itself, or what was the road was never the road. So when they came down finally and set stakes for the road moved over a few feet. Now, theoretically, the elevator could go on that side of the building. However, if it doesn't go on the outside of the existing footprint of the building, I'll just take a portion of all 6 floors and notch out a 10 by 10 section of the floor, change the footing footprint. That's one thing good is that's the one post that's not dug yet, that one section where the elevator would go. So these are things that are up in the air, but can be done. So when Warren gets here, and he is making plans through a private agency to get to the Philippines. When he gets here, we'll go over the costs and the change in the size of the footprint of the building, and Warren and I will determine whether or not we want to go ahead with what we have, or what Warren asked me to inquire about. So that's one thing I always knew it was possible, but I will tell you the cost of an elevator is, it's a minimum of about $50,000 minimum. They were $40,000 a year and a half ago, and I don't know what size they're going to require anymore, but they're $50,000 or thereabouts now minimum. So, and they're available as kits. You just build the structure, and a company comes in and installs the framework for the elevator. It has to be done by a licensed company, and that's all included in the $50,000. So we are moving ahead with that legal thing. There's also going to have to be other legal things that are done. We're going to have to change the legal partnership agreement. Now, I know that some people think that this is a joke, but it's not really a joke. I laugh because I did put out a $10,000 wager that the plans and permits are all in place already, and no one took me up on the wager. So if anybody feels like, that they could prove me wrong, I'd be more than happy to take your money. I have no problem with that. So let me go to my notes, and I have 2 or 3 other things I wanted to talk to you about. And let's see if we have any. I'm not real sure. Is our comments? Yeah, the comments are available. Okay. Let's go to my notes. So the name of the hotel, let's just talk about the name. Now, in the live stream, I put Warren Hunt Pavillion / Michael Fazio Hotel. That will not be the name of the hotel. That's not going to be the name. Although the Warren Hunt Pavillion will probably be in the name, my name will not be in the name of the hotel. But I have a name picked out. In fact, I picked out the name even before I got the property. When I started thinking about building a hotel here in the Philippines, And I've never changed my mind or even one character of the name of the hotel. It's pretty cool. It's a little bit different, but I don't plan on worrying about the advertisement portion to get rooms rented. That's not going to be problematic. I could tell you this, right? Well, until the lockdown occurred, if I had a 12-room hotel, it would be booked up for 2 years without $1 worth of advertising. 2 years without $1 worth of advertising. So filling up what rooms may or may not be available is not problematic. Let's see. I've always had, now this is a major point. Warren and I agree on this, though. I've always had a workshop. So due to the size or the footprint of the property itself, there's going to have to be a section, and I'm going to choose an entire floor to have a complete workshop. When I say complete, it'll have a drill press, a commercial grinder, welding, burning, torches, everything I would need to tinker and, in fact, repair the airplane, which is a Kruger Signet 3, do quality repairs if I wanted to make something or repair something on the airplane that we're going to purchase. And of course, that also requires maintenance on the jet skis. So there is going to be what's called a dead man, or a stiff leg or an arm off the side of the building that will pick up a minimum of 1 ton. It'll be built into the formwork. So that 1 ton is, the aircraft weighs less than 600 pounds, which is a little bit more than 1/4 of a ton. And the jet skis they weigh 1,200 pounds, but it'll have a 1 ton rating. So I'll have a complete shop, and that includes whatever tools that I have brought or that I own or that I purchased during the course of the build itself. Now, also for the build, there's going to be something called a cement mixer, hydraulic hopper, hydraulic lift. So what that means is that the one bag cement mixer has a hopper. It's a big round plate, and you put the material into this big round, kind of like a funnel, and you put your gravel and your sand and your Portland in there, and then you press a button and the hopper goes up like that, and the material goes into the mixer. Of course, you put the water in first. Then it takes about 90 seconds to make a 1-bag mix after you get your materials into the hopper, into the barrel. And then you push another button and the barrel turns over, like it's here mixing, and then it turns over this way and it dumps into what is called a hopper. And the hopper will take whatever material is in the barrel, and then you push another button. This is all done by buttons, it's all hydraulic. You push another button and the hopper brings, which at that point it wouldn't be a ton, but it would be about 600, 700 pounds with the water, a 90-pound bag of cement, and you got 270 pounds of sand and gravel. You're talking 500 pounds to 600 pounds, depending on how rich you make the mix or how stiff the mix is. So the hopper will take it up to 57 feet. 57. That's 5 stories. And at that point, if we wanted to go for the 6th story, we would just build a berm in front of the hotel and put the entire cement mixer on the berm, like an 8-foot berm, and it would bring it up to the 6th floor. So that's a done deal. And there's also going to be, I went yesterday to 2 places. It's an amazing thing. I've gone to 4 places in Cebu to buy a hydraulic rebar bender, year and a half to 2 years ago. And then last July, when Daisy and I were in Cebu, we went to 4 different places. This is the part of the Philippines that nobody understands. Nobody understands. I'm going to tell you something about the Philippines. You're not going to like it. I don't care. So, I live in Bohol. In order to get to the construction equipment sales in Cebu, I got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4:30. I get on a 6 o'clock ferry. I've done this twice. I get on a 6 o'clock ferry. It takes 2 hours and 10 minutes. It's actually 6:20. It leaves at 6:20 from the port of Tagbilaran. I get there at 8:30. I get in a cab, Daisy and I, last year, and it's 12 minutes from the port of Cebu to the building supply. But before I went to the building supply, I said, sir, do you have same thing with the computer now. You're going to hear this story go over. You're going to hear a double here, but it's the same thing. Do you have a hydraulic rebar bender? Yes, sir, we have that. In stock? Yes, sir. Can I see it? Yes, sir. So you go there, and whoever you talk to is not there, of course. Wherever that guy was, he wasn't in that building. And another guy comes over, a guy, I call him a guy because they're not salesmen and they're not businessmen at all. And so how can I help you? I'd like to look at the hydraulic rebar benders. I won't name the companies, but I did go to 4 different places. All that said they had it. Yes, sir. And they walk you over to like aisle 3. And in aisle 3, there is a mechanical rebar bender that you can bolt into concrete or bolt it to a tree stump or something like that. And then you use pipes to bend the rebar. So, sir, I need a hydraulic rebar bender. Yes, sir. This is not hydraulic. Now you have to get the manager because the man doesn't understand what the word hydraulic is. You think I'm kidding you. Same thing with the computer. Do you have it in stock? Yes, sir. Can I see it? Yes, sir. And they bring it to they don't have it in stock, and they show you a picture of it in a book or online. So the manager comes over and says, yes, sir, we have that. Can I see it? Yes, sir. And they walk you over to a computer and they show you the rebar bender. Now, I was so clear. You think I know that there's a lot of people out there, you little brains, you have small understanding of construction knowledge. I know that you think I don't know what I'm doing. Nothing could be further from the truth. The original question, I want a hydraulic rebar bender with a cutter, rebar cutter, 2-in-1 machine. Yes, sir. So he shows me a hydraulic rebar bender it was hydraulic, and it's $7,000. Sir, does it have a cutter? Yes. Show it to me, because it's showing you the front view. Well, he looks, they move it around on the page. Oh, so this one doesn't have a cutter on it. I said, well, what did you show it to me for? Okay, so I want the 2-in-1 machine. Yes, sir. And he shows me another machine about the same size. That's a hydraulic cutter. Now, when I say a hydraulic cutter, you're not really clear on what I'm trying to bring across to you, but okay, a hydraulic cutter, let's just say a hydraulic cutter on a rebar bender, the one I want, would take this nut and cut it in half. So this is, say, 1 inch right here or thereabouts, and this is another inch, you would put this in the hydraulic rebar bender. It would just cut this nut in half in about 1.5 seconds. Or you could put 2 or 3 1-inch rebars into the hydraulic rebar cutter, and it would cut 3 1-inch bars. Normally people don't do that. They only cut 2, unless you get a bigger size, like what I did in the Dock Builders Union. But either way, it'll cut 2 1-inch or 1 1/8 rebars, no problem. It takes 1.5 seconds for it to cycle down and back up. So you could cut as many pieces as you want, as often as you want. But it's 2 separate machines. And the second machine, the rebar cut, is $5,000. So now it's $12,000 for what should cost $7,500 for a 2-in-1 machine. Now, I don't know where the other $5,000 came in, and I don't want 2 separate machines. No, I don't want that. It's too big. Then they give you this hand cutter that you hold with your hand, but it'll only cut up to 9 bar. It won't cut 11 bar. So it's useless. But I went all the way to Cebu, and I went to 4 places, but I didn't go in all 4. I only went in 2 because the other 2 places were just hardware stores. I guess they were going to show me computer images. But these 2 were huge building supplies. And these people are absolutely... So I went all the way to Cebu the first time to do dental work. And I was actually still looking for a computer at that time. And the second time I went into Cebu to talk to a customs broker to import other things into the Philippines. So I had other things to do. But these people here told me to go to Cebu. They had what I wanted. And then even after we searched for the items that they were clear as day they had, they couldn't get those items. And you get, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have that in stock. So the man who promised and was sure that I could go there and see the items, he didn't care that I spent all day going to Cebu. And he wasn't around to talk to. And so you have to ask these people 100 questions before you go someplace. But I had other things to do. But 100 questions for that rebar bender by the time I was done at the end of the day. Well, why did you know, this one isn't big enough. That one doesn't have a cutter. This cutter is too big. Then they show you a smaller cutter. They're always trying to sell you something. Same thing when I went into the computer store 2 days ago, yesterday. They tried to sell me i3 computers that were 8th or 9th generation. I want an i9 with 16 threads. That's what I want. Yes, sir, but this i3 will work until you get the i9. And it was, by the time we figured out what a second computer would cost, it went from 25,000 pesos, which they didn't have in stock, to 45,000 pesos, which is $900. I'm going to get to the comments in a minute. $900 for the 45,000 peso computer, but it didn't have a keyboard, but you could see the light through the keys. Like if it had the number 1 on it, the light would come up and you'd see the number 1 at night. No, they had keyboards that had lights around the keys. It's not what I wanted, not what I went there for, not what I talked to them on the phone about. So that was 45,000 pesos, $900 for an i5 when I wanted an i9. And it only had 4 gigs of RAM and Blue Rose, and I talked about that this morning. The man said, in order to put 4 more gigs of RAM in, it'll cost you $60. Blue Rose looked up the price of the RAM alone is $200. He meant 60 for the labor, but he forgot to tell you that. So you buy the computer for 45,000 pesos, and now you're up to 55,000 pesos. And the woman comes up with this ingenious idea. You want a backlit keyboard? We have one here, sir. How much is that? 4,300 pesos. That's $86. Well, so now we're up to 45, 55, and say 5 for the keyboard. That's 60,000 pesos. That's $1,200 for a temporary computer. But this is what you do here in the Philippines. So get used to this. You need to ask them 100 questions. You need to verify it if you have to. And if you ask somebody, like I asked, remember I told you that guy got fired 2 months ago or a month ago for, not for lying to me, just was incompetent. He's back now. He's back. But he was not there yesterday. I didn't want to talk to him, but he's back. So somebody that couldn't do their job, got fired for being incompetent, is now back because they can't get sales reps because they don't have anything to offer except bakakun or lies. That's all they have to. Everything was a lie. The i3, the 8th generation i3 is as good as the i7. We'll start you off with 44. What happened to the 29,000 peso computer? It's over there. That's the one no, sir. That's a floor model. It's sold. Well, what did I come into the store for? This is what you have to understand when you go to the Philippines. The people that are trained specifically for specific jobs may or may not know how to do their job, and the manager knows how to do the job, and she was very nice, and her and I talked, and we just agreed that what I talked to the salesperson about was not in the store. So they had a new idea before I left. What about this, sir? The Rogue, R-O-G, Asus. I said, how much is that? 75,000 pesos. That's 1,500. Does it have a backlit keyboard? No, sir, but we can give you this keyboard with the backlit for 4,300 pesos. So now it's 80,000 pesos. And they didn't have a USB to Ethernet cable adapter. And how much is that? That's 500 pesos. You're going to charge me for that? Yes, sir. So we were up to 80,000 pesos for a temporary computer until they could get the Asus Pro Duo. You have no idea. Now I'm into this project. I thought it was a reasonable amount of time, 150 hours. Now I'm into it for, I don't know, I would say 180 hours. Then that would be reasonable. All right, so we have people here. I'm glad to see. I'm going to go right through the comments really quick. I'm done. Okay, anybody? No, I'm only kidding. All right, Go Bobo sister, welcome to the machine. Good the Go Hotel. Yeah, baby. Go Bobo sister. Go, welcome to the machine. Ed Van Hagen. Okay, I'll test comment section. 1, 2. Yep, that's good. Work along would probably be best on ground floor due to noise, vibration, consideration. Workshop. Nope, not going to happen. I'm not worried about the noise or the vibration. It's my hotel. I'll do what I want. And not only that, I want a view. Okay. I want fresh air blowing on my face. I don't want windows on one side of the building. It'll be sliding doors. Ed, I've had workshops all my life. Thank you for the suggestion. It's a good suggestion, just not acceptable. Why would I want to work on the ground floor with no view? Why would I build a hotel with a view of the ocean? And then where I'm going to spend half the day not be able to see the ocean? I mean, you can leave suggestions like that, but to me, fiscally, it might be more sound too, but I'm not interested. It wouldn't be something that, it never even crossed my mind to build it on the ground floor. The runways, that's not a problem. Go Bobo sister. On the roof, which is going to be concrete, I can segment off one section of the 5th floor for the water towers, for the fire suppression system, and I can have an actual pad up on top of the roof. But it's windy up there. You know, you're not going to be able to land one of these small helicopters up there. But if it wasn't windy, you could. Runways, even with the other property next door, even if I extended out the roof, cantilevered the roof out, it wouldn't work. But thanks for reminding me. So, Scott Del Fuego, Michael has been on this stream for over 10 minutes and has not asked for a super chat. Well, this, true, it's clear that this obliviates any claim that there is any inordinate pressure to receive super chat. Oh, God, I got to hear that shit every day. He's on there. No, if you went through my last 30 or 40 live streams, I don't mention it. But I don't care. You people have me... You have me confused with someone else. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for the laugh. I wish there was a way to just review a channel and just like a word search in a document. How many times does the word "go bobo" appear in this document? And it'll show you, like in my book, Angels on the Ark, there's a search box. You Google "go bobo" and it'll say "go bobo" appears 1,200 times, and it'll show you the first page. That would be fun if there was a way to search what words were said on what live streams, or like the last 50 live streams, was the name Michael Fazio used? Or was the name "go bobo" used? Okay, so there's no inordinate pressure to receive super chat exerted by Michael Fazio, as well as his scams and thoroughly vetted and approved Philippines law. There is no illegality to the complex and well-run legitimate scams that are promulgated here. Now enjoy. So yeah, so when I run a legitimate scam, it's a legitimate scam. I tell you it's a legitimate scam. I'll tell you you're being scammed. But as in regards to the hotel construction, that's legitimate. That's all legal stuff. And talking about legal stuff, Warren has like 4 different legal things to work on before he gets here. And then we have to, because we're talking about at least 2 or 3 days with a lawyer plus other agencies to do the legal stuff that we have to do here. It's not easy setting up a partnership when it's going to involve other things. It's going to involve, there'll be ledgers that I'm going to have to show Warren or thereabouts, exact costs for things. So, and then Warren is going to have to understand that this is what the total bill is going to be if we do it 4 stories or if we go 6 stories. And then we have to make a decision, because the architect can just rattle off a number for the size of the columns. The footings are dug. And the architect for the plans, it's a small community. The architect for the plans works with the building department. And if the architect says this is okay, the building department and them have a symbiotic relationship, because there's just so many designers and architects. Big Kevin, welcome to the machine. So we have some things to do, and we also have some reconnoitering to do. We're going to do a couple of different island hoppings, if that's allowed when Warren gets here. As far as Warren getting here, there is an airline company in Australia, 100%, working on getting a private charter to Asia from Australia. And they're putting out feelers for other people that are coming to Asia, be it the Philippines or Japan. and the chartered aircraft will drop off the passengers to reduce the total cost. So that's happening. That's already in the works. So they're putting out, and then depending on when, if other passengers decide to take that flight to the Philippines, because there are people that want to get here, if they decide to do that, depending on when everybody has an actual ability to take off on a certain day, then that's when the plane will leave Australia. But that's in the works. On a serious note, the concrete and mundane, as well as the ethereal and metaphysical knowledge and philosophy presented here is unavailable anywhere else at any price. The experience of being part of the Hoodwinked by an Angel Michael Fazio channel is one that is invaluable and singular. That means I am the only person on YouTube that can present the kind of knowledge in that I do. Thank you, Scott. And if anybody dares, we had a few people offer some advice in the last stream in regards to, well, they were asking questions. One question was a good question too. When would you use coated rebar? And that would be below grade, below the water table grade, and it may be even 4 feet above water table grade. But or you built and in all footings, that would be something that you would use it in. So we have people, and I know the answers to this because I've done it my entire life. So I don't see so many people testing my knowledge. You're welcome to do that in a professional manner, but you're not gonna stump me when it comes to construction. That's for sure. Unless you're building an electrical tower or something like that. I don't know the codes for that, but I do know the building codes. So Big Kevin is saying hello. Do they have a wire stretcher? No, Go Bobo sister. I'm not real sure. A wire stretcher. I think that's a joke. No, Go Bobo. So let's go on and Princess Anud, welcome to the machine. Hello, good morning. Scott Del Fuego. What pale, oily, unhealthy can get very salty and comes from Hawaii? What is pale, oily, unhealthy, and comes from Hawaii? Rotten coconuts. Warren is here. All right, my partner, Warren. And he is my, a lot of people are saying, why would Warren want to be partners with Michael Fazio? Or why would Michael want to be partners with Warren? Well, we both have similar interests. It's that time to do something different with our lives. And in regards to me, this project was going ahead with or without Warren. I know that you people keep saying I don't own a house in New York, and I know that you keep saying that I'm lying, but when the house gets sold, the hotel was getting built anyway. I was not going to go 6 floors. We still don't know that we're going to go 6 floors. It was just something we talked about, and now I have to figure out 2 things for the building department and the tax office. The building department is not problematic because the architect or engineer will change the size of the forms. The cost of the materials has changed since. Here's how this works. When you get a permit, the engineer who designs the building gives you a schedule of the costs, rough costs of the building materials. So at that time, I think the building material costs for the structure he designed would have been about 5 million pesos. So I had to pay tax on that. And that had to be paid in one lump sum to the building department, to the tax office. So that was paid in full. So the additional thing that I have to work out for the plans is not the plans themselves, but how much more construction materials will be used to build a 6-story hotel rather than a 4-story hotel. And then you also have to include the cost of the elevator. That's also going to that's all going to get taxed. So when it comes to the total cost, what they'll do is just take the tax I already paid for my structure. Because in order to get the plans approved, you have to pay the tax first. So all of these guys out there, these know-nothing, wannabe, jack of all trades, master of none type of guys out there that know not a damn thing about construction. I just explained to you things that you can confirm at your building department or the code. So, and especially at the tax office. And then, so the taxes were X amount of dollars. The taxes for the land were X amount of dollars. The architect's fees were X amount of dollars, and you don't get the plans till those fees are paid for. The building department permits were X amount of dollars. All that's done. So that's the kind of stuff that I have to talk to Warren about. There's also something called the height clearance. That was pretty expensive, actually, considering what they did for the money I paid them. But why is not anybody coming here and saying, I will wager you big money that you don't have plans? Why is that? You've heard this all over the internet. You have heard this from people all over under different names and different channels and different understandings or no understanding of construction. You have heard this all over the place, that he doesn't have plans, he doesn't have permits. And then when I offer to wage you 10,000 US dollars to back up your bullshit, what do I hear? I hear crickets. You want to sidestep the issue. No one wants to talk about the original challenge that, he doesn't have plans to build a hotel. He's broke. He doesn't have permits. He can't work. Yeah, I can't. And I do. It's my property. It's my plans. My name is on the permits. So I can do that. Now, in regards to the actual building of the hotel, there are other complications. What I will have to do is I will not be built. If I was in my 30s, I would have grabbed one of my good Polish men that worked for me at the time, maybe two. I would have built the whole hotel, just the three of us. But I'm not in my 30s anymore. It wouldn't have been a problem. And from the time I took over the land, if I had the money at that time, we would be done with it. Tile, walls, floor, ceiling, air cons, glass, vents, whatever needed to be done. I had two really good Polish men that worked for me, and Johnny Mac, the hardest working man in the universe. Three of us. 3 men and myself, we could have built this entire hotel. But that's not the case. So hiring men in the Philippines is going to be a snap, because with the pandemic that's going on, like 90% of all contractors are out of work. And at that point, I spoke with you might hear the word Neil, Niel, Neil again. You might hear the word Neil. You will not. Well, as much as I hate to say this, the contractor that I gave the plans to last September, you probably won't ever hear his name mentioned again. But that's because his men, and I worked in the construction industry long enough to know that his men dogged him to death on his job. They dogged him to death. What he could have done for 250,000 pesos. I think that was what the job cost. I'm not privy to the contract. His men anybody out there in construction? It's a question. Okay. They were building a wall with 4-inch concrete block. So they're 16 inches long. They're 8 inches high. And they're 4 inches thick. They weigh about 7.5 pounds. They were building a wall approximately, well, let's just say they were building a wall. I won't tell you how long the wall. I know how long the wall is, not to the exact foot, but by how many meters. I know how many meters it is. But so they have dirt, sand, soft material, no coral. And they're putting in a footing about 14 inches deep and 12 inches wide. That's it. That's the footing for the wall. It's not a structural wall. It's not a load-bearing wall. It's just a wall. It's a fence. You're putting up a fence. So is there anybody out there that lays blocks or knows how many blocks should be able to be laid? Now, when I was laying block, not neat though, I'm not a good block layer, or I really didn't pay much attention because everything I did was going to be stuccoed over. But a good mason and a mason's tender, let's talk about, most Americans are going to be talking about laying 8-inch blocks or even maybe 12-inch, 90-pound building blocks. But let's talk about 8-inch blocks. What can a mason, a laborer, and maybe a mason tender, 3 men, let's say 3 men, because there were 3 men on the wall job. How many 8-inch blocks could you lay after the footing was done? So now you're just putting blocks on top of what they call a level surface. How many blocks now, bear in mind, the blocks are only going to be 5 feet high. It's a fence. So it's going to be 5 foot, 5.5 foot. You can reach up to get the last block up on top. How many blocks could you lay in a day? A mason, a tender, and a laborer. Now, I know without really good understanding and really good block work skills, I know any mason could do 200 blocks in a day. And that's 8-inch blocks. With a laborer, a good tender, and a good mason. Now, my guys that did my mason block work, they could do 300 blocks a day. 3 men, 300 blocks a day. I know that's hard to believe, but they were really good. Now, and that's over and above 300 blocks. But they would go up to an 8-foot clear height. This is only 5 feet, so there's no scaffolding involved at all. You don't have to move a single piece of scaffolding, and the cement mixer would be following the wall. Only these guys mixed. If I told you how they did it, I still want to know how many guys out there know about concrete blocks. So a footing, say it's 100 feet long. The blocks are going up 6 blocks high, and no scaffolding, and you can put the bank material anywhere you want. So the dump trucks came in 3-yard loads, 3 yards of gravel and 3 yards of sand mix. The gravel was for the footings and then for some fill of the block. But we're just talking about block. We're not talking about filling the block. We're just talking about 4-inch blocks, 8 inches high, 16 inches long. Is there anybody out there that understands what I just asked and doesn't believe any good mason and tender and laborer could do 300 of those 4-inch blocks in a day? 300. If they were working for themselves, the 300 blocks would be, in my estimation, a snap for any good crew. Me, probably I could do 175 without, really killing myself. Now, today, I think I could still do 125 with no trouble at all, because you got to bend over a lot. But these guys, what they did is if the wall was here, here's the wall right here. Here's the wall, right? Here's the wall. Okay. So the truck is open. It's all open. There's nothing. There's no buildings. There's no trees. There's no grass. There's no garbage. There's no berms. There's no nothing for 1,000 square hectares. Nothing. Just empty lot. Just empty as far as the eye can see. They took the truck, instead of dropping the loads every 40 feet, a little bit of a bank pile every 40 feet, they dropped the bank pile 75 feet from the wall that way, over to the right. The water was 100 feet from the beginning of the wall. And instead of getting a hose, they carried the water over in 3-gallon buckets. The bank pile of sand and cement was 75 feet from this wall. Where did they mix it? They put in front of the bank pile, they mixed it not on a piece of plywood, they mixed it on the sand or dirt, whatever was there. And then they put it in 3-gallon buckets and carried it, not just to the wall, but they also carried it to the beginning of the wall, which was about 75 feet back this way, but the end of the wall was 300 feet that way. They never moved the bank pile, or they never planned on moving the bank pile at all. It was just one bank pile. They dumped all the material in one bank pile at about the 25% start of the wall. So they had to walk the mixed concrete 300 feet to the end of the wall. 300 feet. Instead of putting separate bank piles 8 feet away from the wall, they could have put a bank pile every 50 feet, a small bank pile, and mixed it, and then only walked 25 feet in each direction. But they walked 300 feet with 3-gallon buckets of cement to put the footing in, and the forms. And here is what they did as far as block work is concerned. I'll read the comments in a minute. 3 men mixing cement, getting water, and bringing, they also put the bank pile of the cement blocks next to the bank pile of the sand and gravel. So all the blocks also had to be moved 300 feet towards the end of the wall. I know you think I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding. Okay, so 3 men mixing cement, getting the water, bringing the blocks, and bringing the mud over to the wall. 3 men after the footing was in, like they do 25 feet of footing. That would be 1 day's work. 3 men would install 24 blocks per day. 24 blocks. 3 men. And that's at ground level, because the footing is at ground level. And then they would go they do like 15 blocks for the 20-foot section of the footing that they had. And then they'd go up a half a tier up 24 blocks, and that would be a day's work. 3 men, 24 blocks. You think I'm kidding, right? But I'm not kidding. That guy wanted to work for me. I said, what are you, crazy? Are you insane? You could work for me because you have the license to do this work, but I have to be in charge of job. No, my men don't want to have a foreigner in charge of the job. I said, okay, we're done. We're done. Just give me back the plans and we're done. So Warren is in the house. Welcome, Steve 25901. Hey, Michael. Hello, Warren. Haven't seen you in a long time. Not on my channel, I haven't seen you. I've seen you floating around on other channels. Welcome back, Steve 25901. Yep, Warren, that's what I figured. I left you a message saying that yesterday, that I know you didn't answer the Skype, figuring that you were in the hospital. All right, so I'll talk with you this afternoon. It's not a problem. The questions that we had for the building of the 6-story hotel, that's all done, Warren, in case you're still here. Hopefully you're still. We'll talk about that later. Warren says, Scott Del Fuego. Scott Del Fuego says, hope all is well, Warren. I occasionally send up a prayer, though I know you aren't a religious bloke. Thank you, Scott. Oh, hold on a second. I just lost my place here. Okay. Warren says, I appreciate the prayers that go his way. I'm sure he does. Although, in today's world, I got to tell you, I know that they have all these people now. Now the COVID is the coming of Jesus. Praise the Lord. The Lord is coming back again. He was coming in 2012. He was coming in 1999 for the rapture. And he's coming again in 2021, baby. He ain't coming anywhere. That's the greatest hoax ever perpetrated on man is religion. Okay, Scott Del Fuego, what is... Okay, Warren H., our group of friends have seen the plans, etc., and all know these people are just lying when they say they know different. So Warren, see, that's the thing. See, the group, see, I have a group of friends. We might as well talk about why I have a group of friends. Let's talk about why I have a group of friends and other people on YouTube have trolls. All right, so I say a lot of stuff, but if I say it on YouTube, it's true, okay? You could bet that 99.9% of everything I say on YouTube is true. Sometimes, I mean, when I'm not being outright comedic. So about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I had a live stream where I mentioned I saved another man's life out in the deep water. Now, he was a man I met on the beach, and I said to him, can you swim? And he said, yeah. I said, are you a good swimmer? And he said, yes. And I said, can you swim out in the deep? Because that's different than swimming in shallow water. Yes. I says, all right, so I want to go out to the deep, which is anywhere from 12 feet to the drop off the reef, and that's 24 feet of water. But there was a boat right at the edge of the drop. They had divers working off the boat. So I said, okay, so we're going to go out to the boat. That's where we're going to head. But we're going to stop and look at the coral heads before the boat, because in like 10 feet of water, there's some really nice, it's nice coral heads there. And he said, okay. So I always let the other person go first, because I trust when people say they can swim. And I believed him because I saw him swimming and I knew him for years, but I never swam with him out in the deep water. So I let him go first. And we stopped and we looked at the coral heads and we went down, and, we both dove down a little bit and looked around, and you give him the okay and he'd give you the thumbs up. And when we were done with that part of the dive or the swim or the snorkeling event, our next stage of what we were going to do is we were going to go to the dive boat. Now, you got to remember, the dive boat is 600 feet from shore. So we weren't quite 100 feet from the dive boat. So when we were done looking at the coral, I had showed it to him. He was not familiar with that set of coral that I showed him. I said, let's go to the boat. And he said, okay. And now he's in front of me and I'm watching him. I have a mask and snorkel on. He has a mask and snorkel on. And I'm watching him and I see him slowing down. And I'm going, he's not going to make it. We only had like 50 feet to go to the boat. And I'm going, but he did swim. He swam out 400 feet from shore. We swam sideways 100 feet, 150 feet. We only had 100 feet to go. When we got to about the 50-foot mark, I'm looking at him going, he ain't going to make it. But I'm not going to interfere with him. If he can make it, when he gets to the boat, he'll rest. And then all of a sudden, within like 10 seconds, instead of swimming with arm over arm, his arms started flailing like this. Just he panicked. Then when he panicked, and when Warren gets here, if we can find that man again, or Scott gets here, he will tell you that this part of the story is true as well. When he panicked, it was I'm responsible, I feel, for this guy, because I took him out there. He takes off the mask like this and throws the mask at me, but not at me, but just in my direction. So now he has no mask on, and $150 worth of mask and snorkel is going to be sinking down to the bottom. So my first reaction was to get the mask and snorkel, because he's going to need that after I save him from drowning. So then he threw the mask right at me. It was only like 5 feet ahead of me, and it was between him and I. And I immediately dove down, and I grabbed it probably before it got down 10 or 12 feet. Well, now I look up. Now I got to find him, because, you get disorientated. And he was right above me, right where he should be, because I was only going in one direction. And when I got up to the surface, he was sinking. He was sinking. He was sinking like a rock. He was done. Exhaustion had set in. Panic had already come and went, and he had given up, and he was going down, and he was under the water 18 or 20 inches. His head was down, and I reached down and grabbed him by the arm, and I pulled him back up, and I put my arm around his throat, and I dragged him over to the boat. I did a regular safety rescue. So he hadn't drank any water so much. He was coughing a little bit, but he hadn't started really swallowing water. I mean, I grabbed him. When I came up, he was going down. So I rescued his ass, and I took him over to the boat, and we hung on the pontoons. And basically what happened was he just ran out of, he calls it running out of energy. He said that day, he goes, I ran out of energy. That was how he described. He ran out of energy. It was like the battery died and the light went off. So we got to the pontoon, And the fellow on the boat, I asked him for some fresh water, and he gave us fresh water. He didn't see any of this. He was tending, when he was on lookout for the divers were on the deep side of the boat. We were on the shallow side, 24 feet. The other side of the boat was like 60 feet. So he said, I ran out of energy. So I said, well, you think I'll help you back, don't. He goes, no, I just need to rest. And he was okay. He rested, and we put the mask on. I got him hydrated again, and he swam all the way back into shore by himself, but in front of me or next to me. So I told that story a couple of years ago, and people will say, you're full of shit. You didn't save anybody's life. Well, I saw that guy the other day, and he was with his girlfriend. And I said to him, in a video that I sent only my close friends, this is why I have close friends. I have a group of close friends because I don't lie to them about shit. Now, I could have lied to them about something like that. And when his girlfriend and him were walking by, I stopped them. I was just making a video, and I talked to them about something else that I'm involved with. And I said to him, remember that day I saved your life out there? And he goes like this. He goes, like that. He goes, I ran out of energy. He remembered the words he said because he'll never forget those words. He will never forget that he ran out of energy. So I said to his girlfriend, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have a girlfriend. Now, there are some people that saw that video, and they'll confirm that it was unplanned, unprogrammed. But even though I said it 2 years ago, none of my friends ever questioned me. Back then, people questioned me. Now, people will question me again now, maybe, as to the validity of my story. And, of course, we can do the $10,000 wager, and I will show you the video. But I will not show you the video because it's none of your damn business who he is and or what I was doing at the time. But I could do that. If you really want to push the issue. So anybody out there that feels like they have too much money, I'll take your money. Don't worry about that. And you'll lose. And the validity of my story is 100% accurate. That's why I have friends. Moving to the topic at hand. I have friends because if I said I did something, even though I didn't have proof of that event, because even though I had my camera, I didn't have time to put my camera on during the process. I actually did have a camera with me. There is actual video of that after the fact, but not during the event itself. But a couple of days ago, he went like, I ran out of energy, and he laughed because now, I never talked to him about that since that day, and I see him on occasion. I'll say, hey, how you doing? And he'll say hi. But that was the first time I ever talked about that, except for like the next day when I made sure that he was okay, mentally okay, to go back in the water. Because he would occasionally, I'd see him on the beach, and he would swim with me. He was a nice man. He just couldn't fucking swim. he couldn't go the distance. But as soon as he took his break, he got more energy. Yeah. So my friends know that. So Warren said, our group of friends, and that's why, besides other things, why Warren and I became friends. When Warren offered me large sums of money before he went into the hospital so that I could start building the hotel, I said, nope, not taking your money. First of all, I thought my house would be sold by now. And second, there's no way I'm going to take money from a man that may die and without meeting the man in person. I mean, if he came here and saw the plans, there's just no way I could have taken the money and the hotel might be done by now. But we didn't know if Warren was going to be okay, and I wasn't going to take his money to build a hotel with. I just wasn't going to scam him. That's what it boils down to. Most other people would have taken Warren's money. And now that's solidified our friendship because he knows I don't give a shit about his money. I have my own, or I will have my own when I sell the house. So all you schmucks out there, schmucks from every corner of the world, anywhere in the world, if you want to wager that I didn't save this young man's life, we could put that on the table as well. We could do that because that's a true story. And not only would that man confirm it, but his now current girlfriend, now that the video only lasted a few minutes, but not only did that man discuss what happened, well, his extended family on that day when I brought him back to where his living quarters were. And I explained to his family that to keep an eye on him, he might get weak. I don't know what could happen to him. You know, he was he needed to eat, number one. He needed some sugar, number two. We got him back to shore. I bought him a Coke. And by the time we got back to where he lived, which I brought him straight to his house, he was okay. But so my friends know I don't lie about it. Some things I might tell people fibs about, but none of your business. I don't tell you the truth. Sometimes I tell you the truth and I don't give a shit about the truth. But you should know okay, so Ed Van Hagen is still with us. Thanks for sticking in there. Ed Van Hagen. Rescuing someone who is panicking is actually quite dangerous. Well, yeah, what I did was I let him get so there's a procedure Ed Van Hagen understands. Here's the procedure to rescue a drowning person. Number one, stay back 4 or 5 feet within a safe distance to grab them and let them drown a little bit. Let them get exhausted. Because what will happen is if you try to rescue a drowning person who's flailing in the water. Now, I know you people out there, there's going to be schmucks out there that don't understand, you know, ocean rescue or swimmers rescue. Let them drown a little bit. Let them suck a little bit of water in. Let them flail around till they can't move. And then you go and get them. And then you grab them and you put their chin on top of your forearm, and you grab them around the neck and you side stroke to where you're going. This keeps their arms from scratching out your eyes. But if you try to rescue a drowning person that's flailing in the water, they will pull off your mask, they will scratch out your eyes, they will push you down trying to stay above. So the first thing is back off. Let them get exhausted. I call it letting them drown a little bit because that's what you want. You want them semi-conscious or unconscious. You don't want to try to rescue a person that's panicking. I let them drown a little bit all the time. And this is not the only person that I rescued in deep water and not the only style rescue. I've done diver rescue as well, where somebody doesn't pay attention to the air in their tank. And I've also gone low on my air and had to share another person's oxygen as well. You get caught up when you're down, especially when you do a 30-meter dive. But I've rescued people from panicking at the bottom where they were getting ready to shoot up to the top and they would have died. But I've rescued a lot of people in the water. But this guy, I ran out of energy. So anyway, there is a way to rescue them, and I'm right about that. Unless you have a boat, you can't afford them pushing you under the water, scratching your eye, or you losing your mask, and then if it's rough sea, you lose the ability to see them and stuff like that. It's not so easy. So Ed Van Hagen says, rescuing someone who is panicking is actually quite dangerous, as some can be inclined to drag you under when you try to grab them. Okay, that's true. That's 100% true. So Warren says, Ed Van Hagen, I have personal experience with being dragged under by a panicking swimmer, says Warren Hunt. Lucky for me, I managed to punch him between the eyes and into submission. That's another, I didn't want to say that. But if you're in a hurry, if you can knock the other person out, that's okay in diver rescue or swimming rescue. The Warren is not being facetious. What you need to do is let them drown a little bit. Just a little bit. Let them lose all their energy, and then you drag them where you want to drag them, and you get them back to going if you can. Yes, Warren, very true. You have to be mentally prepared to punch someone's lights out if necessary, because there is no point in you both drowning. Yep. Okay, so Warren was a 19-year police officer, and Ed Van Hagen has a pretty big experience in life, pretty good life experience. And the idea to digress, because we're out of comments. Ronald Webster says, that's not the first man you have saved. Remember the man that had his sugar level went down and made him drink? Yeah, that was actually 7 years ago, Ronald. That was in front of my house in Key Largo. The house I never owned in Key Largo, by the way. Another bullshit story you hear on the internet. But anyway, Ed Van Hagen, when the idea of having the workshop on the ground floor, if it was a mechanical garage to do work on cars and stuff, this is going to be a tinkering shop, tinkering mostly. If I wanted to take something apart or repair something, it's not going to be a commercial workshop. It's just going to be for me. And the vibration from the machines, I have in one of my containers, I have engine rubber vibration suppressor pads for compressors that would go in on commercial jobs that there would be people in the building. So I have probably a half a dozen of those, but they're easy enough to make or buy. It's just a hard rubber. But I don't care about the vibration. It would only be during the day, and if they don't like it, they could move out. I mean, it's not problematic for me. I don't care. In my yard in Key Largo, I had the backhoe, the bobcat, the drill rig, trailers, dump trucks, commercial pressure washers, shit like that. But I don't worry about vibration. I'm not gonna. And plus, not only that, in my hotel, only real men and real women, adventurous type people will be here. I'm not going to have 80-year-old, retirees in the rooms. They're going to be adventurous people, scuba divers or hikers, stuff like that. So I don't worry about vibration, and the noise would only be at a reasonable. What would make noise anyway? A compressor. Compressors are easy enough to cordon off from the floor. Just raise them up off the floor and put vibration suppressors underneath them. But I wouldn't even worry about that. I'm not going to have a dive compressor, although it'll be a diving resort. I will not have a dive compressor. I was offered 2 years ago, schmuck that he is. 2 years ago, Chinese guy says, I'll build you a 2-story building. You let us use the first floor, and you can have the second floor. And I said, you'll pay for everything, the building? Yes, sir. Said, all right, I'll come by your house tomorrow, and I'll go over the plans with you. Okay. So I had an appointment with him. Now, my friends would see this. I had an appointment with him. And it was at 10 o'clock, and I get there at 9:45, and he ain't there. So like at 10:30, I'm going to leave. Well, he does show up, and I gave him the plans, and there was an interpreter because he didn't speak English. And he said, he looked at the plans. He goes, these are really nice plans. What do you want to do with these? I said, well, these are four-story plans for the hotel. You build the first 2 floors, and you can have the ground floor to put your compressors in. Now, number one, I didn't want commercial dive compressors, 2, not 1, 2, on the property because they make, they do 1,000 tanks a day. They refill, and they work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That would make noise. So, but if he was going to build me two floors of the 4-story hotel, I would have lived with that, the noise. I would have put a 12-inch drop ceiling on the first floor. I would have put the compressors on vibration suppressors. But he goes, what's this? I the plans for the, oh no, I don't want to build concrete. I said, well, what do you want to build it out of? Just wood. He goes, I said, what do you want to build me a frame shack? I could build that myself. I don't need you. I had the money to build that myself. He was just going to build a Nipa hut house, no windows, no doors, just holes in the wall. And I said, what do you want to build? He goes, like that over there. And he shows me points to the house over there. No windows and no doors. And, if I wanted to put windows and doors in, it with a thatch roof, with, of course, venting in and out, with a bamboo thatch roof. I said, see you later. And him and I, we still say hello to each other, but there'll never be a business arrangement, not between me and him. And he does 1,000 tanks a day when business was good. So that means 1,000 dives at 3,000 pesos per dive on average. So he's doing 300,000 pesos a day, which is 60,000 US dollars. And in order for him to build the 2-story structure that he was talking about building, he could build it for less than $10,000, what he wanted for me. And I would have to live on the second floor with a contract in perpetuity until the lease ran out, and listen to compressors and never be able to change the design of the thing. I said, what are you, out of your effing mind? He thought it was a good deal. I guess he thought I was poor or broke or stupid. I don't know what he was thinking, but it wasn't the same thing I was thinking. So in the meantime, he would have gotten a piece of property that's worth, well, it's worth at least 7 to 10 times what I pay for it, for the rental. Because when I rented it, the property had no rental value when I rented it. So he would have got a deal of a lifetime. You don't want to deal with Chinese people in the Philippines. They're a lot smarter, not than me, but they're a lot smarter than a lot of them become partners with the Filipinos and then screw the Filipinos out of their businesses. You don't want to become partners with a Chinese person. So, and those 1,000 tanks, now that's not an exaggeration. That happens to be a stone cold fact. In Alona Beach, they have 160 room unit. They have a 34 room unit not so far from Alona Beach, and 134 rooms unit. So that's 300 rooms they have in those 3 hotels. And they were in the process last year of building another 100 plus room. So they'd have 400 rooms. But they had 300 rooms available. And the people that were coming to their dives were coming from all over the world, from China, Korea, South Korea, North Korea. So each one of those people were paying 3,000 pesos for a dive. Oh, and I know you say, how could he do 1,000 tanks a day? Well, they got, I'm not sure how many boats they have, but I know they have 24 boats, which are 40 passenger boats. And then they have several smaller boats, like 6 to 12 passenger boats. So they actually could fit 500 people in the morning and 500 in the afternoon comfortably. So now you have to understand that the rooms in the hotels, there's 4-star hotels, the rooms are close to 5,000 pesos a day. So they're doing another 2 million pesos a day, another $40,000 or $50,000 a day in hotel rentals a day. So they're doing 100,000 a day, and that you couldn't get a room in any of their hotels for a year. So and he wanted to take over my land. Basically, he wanted me to sign over a lease agreement that he could stay there forever. And what are you, nuts? I mean, there was an interpreter, but he knew exactly what he was doing. So then we're done with that. Never try to be in business with a Chinese person. Oh my God, we have Super Chat. Marvelous Mark, King of the Dark. Thank you for stopping by. I know that you have a tendency to go to a lot of different channels. Thanks for stopping by, Mark. I'll get to your comment in a minute, Marvelous Mark. All right, so that's right. That's right, Scott. You theoretically, now I know that there are people out there that are saying that Warren knocking the guy out. How could you do that's what you need to do. Me, I let him drown a little bit, and I have a lot of experience with this. People say to me, "What do you mean you let him drown a little bit?" I mean, unless you're willing to get your eyes scratched out or lose your mask and snorkel, because you saved this person's life. You think they're going to turn over $150 for a mask and snorkel? They're not going to give you money. You know, you're doing them a favor to save their life as it is. And I've saved many people, but they don't want to reimburse you. Now, you could, of course, take their mask and snorkel, which is probably some $30 mask and snorkel. But my decor, my snorkel is $42. It's a good snorkel. Silicone, I'll show it to you. Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. It's far. It's a meter away. Drying. It's been used recently. Oh my God. It's a 3-panel decor snorkel. Decor. It's a 3-panel snorkel. They cost about $135. Yes, my gosh. Yeah, this is the decor. So now this snorkel, this mask is, well, I couldn't even tell you how old this mask is. 1985, and it's a silicone base. It's just starting to get yellow, and I need to trim it a little bit because there's a little notch in there that just broke off. But this snorkel is $42. It's a good snorkel, and this is 10 years old, and it's still really soft. When you put it in your mouth, if it gets hard, these little things that you bite into, they interfere, they chafe your gums. So the better snorkel. So that's $135, that little rig there. Oh yeah, Ed Van Hagen. It is. I am. I know it sounds a little rude, but I don't care. I've always owned wherever I owned or stuff like that. I told the people before they came, but there wouldn't be any, like, I have a backhoe service. If I get a call at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm going out and I'm going to start that backhoe up, and I'm going to, drive it down the driveway. If you have a problem with that, don't move into my house. I don't care what your sleeping pattern is. I mean, I will try to be respectful. I wouldn't punch it out down the driveway, but I'd idle it out at 3. If I got an emergency call from the county of Monroe County for a water main break, I just get up and drive the machine or the truck out of the driveway and go bring my equipment to where the emergency was. But even in the daytime, I'd be working on the machine. I had the whole side of the house. It was 18 feet by 75 feet. And they had the backyard. If I wanted to bring the machine in the backyard to do power washing, I put it in the backyard. They don't like that, they go in the front yard or go over by the deck. I don't care where you go, but this is my house, my rules. And I never had a problem with anyone complaining about my noise, except the biggest, toughest guy that ever moved into my house. I forgot his name. I should remember his name. He goes, I don't like the idea that there's noise. I say, I told you there was going to. Well, I didn't think you were going to be running backhoes. Just, move out. Oh, I got a lease. I'm going, well, then, in the lease, it shows you that I do work on my property. It's legal. I'm going to do that. So that, I came home one day and my bobcat was missing. And the trailer was gone from my backyard. What the heck was that guy's name? I forgot his name. And I backed in my backhoe on the trailer, and I knew how far back to go because the bobcat trailer was behind that. I had marks on the concrete on my fence wall. And I went in the back. I'm going, where the hell is my bobcat trailer? Where did I leave that? Because sometimes you forget where you leave your bobcat in the trailer or drill rig or whatever. You don't remember every time you drop a piece of equipment off where you put it. And then it was hot and I was tired. And I said to the guy, did I bring my bobcat home yesterday? He goes, yeah. I said, where is it? He goes, I took it. I put it on a job. What do you mean you took it and put it on a job? He goes, I swear to God, if there was a God, I swear to God. If there is no God, then fuck God. I swear to God anyway. Okay? I swear to God. This is word for word. He said, well, I needed it to do a gravel driveway for a friend of his. I said, but that's my bobcat. He goes, yes. But Florida law says that I am entitled to use anything on the property, including your boat, unless it's in the lease that I can't use it. And I'm looking at the guy and I'm going, who's he talking to? Now, this guy was big, 6'4". He had said he did 2 tours in Desert Storm or some shit like that. And I said to him, you're only kidding, right? He goes, no, I'm not kidding. He goes, I can use the dock too. And with that, I look over and there's a 26-foot center console boat on the outside of my boat. And I'm going, what's that? He goes, that's my friend's boat. I'm going to leave it here for a while. I looked at the guy. I'm going, you're kidding, right? And he goes, no. I tell you what, if that boat is here tonight, it's not going to be here in the morning. it won't be here in the morning. So take the boat, make the boat disappear. Number one. Number two, get your truck and go bring my Bobcat back right now. And number three, you have 48 hours to get out of the house. All your shit, everything. You have 48 hours. If you don't accomplish all those three of those things right away, we'll go at a different route. And what we will do is you will understand that you're not supposed to take my Bobcat trailer off the job to go do a job with it. Your friend is never going to find this boat. The boat is going to be towed away by the United States Coast Guard, and it's going to be impounded for trespassing on my property, and you'll never get the boat back. I assure you that the Coast Guard will never give you the boat back. The boat was worth about $75,000. And number three, I will file charges on you for stealing my Bobcat. Even though it says it in the rent, I didn't give you permission. I'll file charges on you to get my Bobcat back. And number three, it says I can break the lease anytime I want if there's a felony committed on my property and you stole my Bobcat. And the felonies included in my contract. My contract was 18 pages, double spaced, big letters of legal stuff. If you got caught selling drugs on my property, you had 48 hours to vacate the premises. If you committed a felony on my property and got arrested on my property for a felony, whether you committed it on my property or not, you had 48 hours to vacate the premises. Of course, this was optional for me. You stole my Bobcat, you committed a felony, you have 48 hours to vacate the premises. The boat, I will guarantee you, the boat will go be possessed by the United States Coast Guard tonight as a stolen vessel. It'll be registered as a stolen vessel, and they'll have to figure out how to get the boat back. You, him, them, whoever owns the boat, I don't care. And I'm going to remember his name, but he understood to call the guy up to get rid of the boat, and then he went and got my Bobcat, and he goes, all right? And I said, no, you still have 48 hours to get out, but I'll tell you what, I'll give you to the end of the week, but take your stuff and move out. You're too complicated for me. So the rules were set in stone when he signed the legal agreement and it was notarized. He agreed to that. So he moved out. But I don't care about noise in a hotel during the day. It like I said, it'll be a diver's resort or a hiker's resort. And I already could fill up the rooms. Not a problem. People contact me all the time. But it doesn't matter. I set somebody else up a couple of years back, and we're friends. We've become good friends. I set him up with a piece of property. He's a Filipino man, and he bought the property, and I helped him do some legal stuff with the county because he's from Manila, and now we're friends, and his property is in working out quite well, and he has an overflow. And even the people that I'm friends with in the area, they all have overflows. Because there are places here that go for the minimum room rental anywhere on Lona Beach is, or some similar, like in the surrounding area. Minimum close to the beach, like walking distance to the beach, is typically 2,000 to 3,000 pesos per night, and there are no long-term rentals unless you're a local. But so that's 60,000, 3,000 a month for 60,000 pesos. That's 1,200. 60,000 pesos is, yeah, that's $1,200 a month. And there are none, but I know where they are, and I supply people often, like somebody on one of my channels will ask me where to get a hotel, or Patreon, they'll ask me where to get a hotel, and I'll get them a place. And I don't charge any money for the service because they're members of my Patreon community. But yeah, I could book up the hotel tomorrow morning. If I had the rooms, it would be booked. If I wanted to rent it, I don't know that I want to do that now that Warren is here. Ha ha ha, fair enough. Like you said, it's your hotel, my rules. But it's not, it's not like I would go out of my way to make noise for these people at 3 o'clock in the morning. But you also have to remember the license for the hotel, when it is a registered business, will be similar to what is called a cabaret license in America. And a cabaret license allows you to make noise from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Unlimited amount of noise. But also, you got to understand, this is the Philippines, and you already understand that. People make all the noise they want, and there's no problem. So, under the guise of being a cabaret license from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, noise is just something that people are going to accept. And aside from that, Ed Van Hagen, a guy goes diving. He does a deep dive, 100 feet. Then he does a 60-foot medium dive, and then they do a shallow dive in 10 feet of water. They get up at 5:30 in the morning. They jump on a boat at 7. They're diving until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Believe me, when they come home off the boat, they're not going to worry about noise. They're going to sleep. Plus, there'll be fans or air conditioners. So it's not something. It's only something I talk about here. It'll be something they can read in the agreement before they sign into the hotel, and at the price that's affordable to these people. I'm going to make it affordable to people that are not rich. And divers are not always rich. Some are, some are not. Moving on. Scott Del Fuego, Jack Thompson is in the house, baby. 4 thumbs up. Jack Thompson. Ladies, a piece of information regarding Mr. Thompson. Once you go Jack, you never go back. I heard the same thing. I heard that Marvelous Mark, the King of the Dark, been a minute, Mike. Nice to see you. Need to support the best comedy on YouTube. The artist formerly known as Rabbi Number 2 Barker, baby. Thank you very much, Marvelous Mark. Scott Del Fuego made a Rabbi Jew Barker comment yesterday on one of my older Rabbi Jew Barker videos. This is from Marvelous Mark, King of the Dark. We're going to give Marvelous Mark, King of the Dark. We're going to give him a Rabbi Jew Barker shout out, man. So Marvelous Mark gives a very generous donation to the channel. Let's get a good Rabbi Jew Barker thing going here. Let's do something like this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rabbi Jew Barker in the Philippines, baby. Salamat to Marvelous Mark, King of the Dark, for the super chat that made it all happen today. Thank you very much, Marvelous Mark, King of the Dark. And thank you for the compliment on the Rabbi Number 2 Jew Barker comedy. That is some classic stuff. I forget about those personalities that I had back then. Thank you. So let's see. We have Scott Del Fuego. Nice, Marvelous Mark, King of the Dark. Keep on super chatting. Raise Fazio's taxes. Oh, we're going to have a Fazio. Oh, I guess I could tell you guys about the taxes. I did that yesterday. Yeah, let me go to the end of the comments, and then I'll tell you. Somebody remind me about how to get your. Where are my forms? Remind me to show you the forms that you need, and let me go to the end of the comments. And I have all the information in regards to the site. It gives you the prices for the taxes. It gives you the code for the tax code, and then I'll tell you how to get your taxes. I will tell you how to register your name for the tax roll in the Philippines. Ed Van Hagen, hopefully there are no Chinese gangs that's in the area who will be demanding security payments. No, we don't have that. We don't have that here. Ed. Maybe they have that shit in Manila. We don't have that here. Believe me when I tell you. But I will tell you, Ed brought up a good point. I explained to you people that you do not want to ever go into business with a Chinese businessman. They are they're very good businessmen, but they will figure out a way to screw you. Believe me when I tell you that. It doesn't matter that you think that you're going to have the upper hand. I know two people that went into business with Chinese people, and they wish they didn't. They're still in business with them, but they're not happy about being in business with them. And on one occasion, there was no injuries or no damage to anybody's person. But the police, I did see the police in front of the man's house, and the whole community was there. And it was only the one Chinese person against the entire community. So he really didn't attack the person who he was partners with, but that's that's still going on. That's 5 years old, and they're still partners, but he really wished that he never got involved with a Chinese person. He did it for money. He makes some money, but not the original agreement, and he has to deal with that. We don't have Chinese mafia in my area. He wanted to be Chinese mafia, but the next day he realized that was impossible. But that day, there was a problem. The King of Kings, Jack Thompson, the King of Kings. So see, Jack, I hear you've been a naughty boy. Warren, So, Scott Del Fuego, lifeguarding on the Lake Michigan beaches is one of the toughest ever. No sharks, but lots of rips, high amplitude waves, sudden storms, and bad currents, plus the occasional drifting crime victim. Wow. The occasional drifting crime victim. I never thought about that as water hazard. It's a water hazard, says Scott Del Fuego. Warren H. Here all of the crude Filipinas. Here all of the cutie Filipinas. Once you go Jack, you never go back. I hear all the cute Filipinas say, once you go Jack, you never go back. You know what? I need another pair of glasses. These glasses. Hold on a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, we had a black one. No. No, not those. These are the ones I had on, right? Sorry about that. But after I read the screen for a while, my eyes, I need to change my glasses to a different number. Thompson, Warren H., I'm doing laundry and drinking beer. Scott Del Fuego, our white painters take care of our drifting crime victims. Scott Del Fuego, our white pointers take care of our drifting crime victims. LOL. Printers, pointers. I don't know what a pointer is. Jack Thompson, that reminds me, I need to hang a load out. Thanks. Warren does this. That's another thing. Warren does all his own housework. That's amazing, Scott. Scott Del Fuego, Jack Thompson says, Scott, yeah, they come back for 18 years of child support. Ask me how I know. I wish there were sharks, be a lot cheaper, though some of the lower whacker junkies would probably get spit out. I guess Scott runs into a lot of floating crime victims. Jack, oh yeah, he does do that, doesn't he? Jack Thompson, well taken and conceded. Never get between a woman scorned and her chance of financial recompense. That's true. Even the unscorned ones require a certain compensation. Damn. Jack Thompson, Scott Del Fuego. That's why I love them and leave them. Jack, the lover and the leaver. I try to never get involved with a woman that's less than, what? Jack Thompson, wait, did I miss something here? Jack, I try to never get involved with a woman that has less than 8 children. You would prefer more children? I've been trying of what to say, but nothing's coming up. LOL. What can you say to a statement like that? I mean, that's over. It's out of bounds. That statement, if it was a basketball game, it would be out of bounds. Another out of bounds statement. I prefer to let other writers break in. Another one. Once upon a time, there was a frail, lonely, nasty old man that lived upon an island in the paradise of the tropics. The man was disturbed and rarely left his air-conditioned bedroom, even while surrounded by the beauty of palm trees and white sand and blue ocean. He remained angry and miserable. We lost our track. He remained angry and miserable and plotted against his perceived enemies, of which there were many. His hateful nature sucked his very life force from him. But this isn't Jack Thompson. This is Scott Del Fuego. I am reading this wrong. Okay, Scott Del Fuego is telling a story here. It's like a freaking mini-series. Okay, Scott Del Fuego. Once upon a time, there was a frail, lonely, and nasty old man that lived upon an island in the paradise of the tropics. The man was disturbed and rarely left his air-conditioned bedroom. Even while surrounded by the beauty of palm trees, white sand, and the ocean, he remained inside angry and miserable, and plotted against his perceived enemies, of which there were many, says Scott Del Fuego. His hateful nature sucked his very life force from him. Many who saw him were stricken by the horror of how he became hollow shell of a man that's sustained only by the hate and evil before their very eyes, says Scott Del Fuego. The locals, oh God, this doesn't stop. Oh my God, oh my God. The locals called him empty shell in their dialect, a native reference to coconut that when opened had no meat or water, but that applied to his empty soul. His palatable evil nature is legend. His palpable evil nature is legend. Who spent the rest of his live streams on crying. He's afraid to eat fat, and he craves super chat, while he takes up much of his time with his lying. LOL. Oh my God. Scott had to put that together in a Word document and then figure out less than 200 characters and then post that in multiple sections. And he did it well. And Jack interfering in between, unbeknownst to Jack, Scott was running a storyboard. Oh my God. So Jack says, I'm not going to say what Jack says. There was once a man from... Jack says, there was once a man from Battalion. Scott, you can finish the proverb. Now see, Jack is doing proverbs. LOL, says Scott. Warren says LOL. These guys are making fun on a guy. Like, that's pretty cool, though. I like... we have the Hopsters. Okay, Jack, I'll message you over there. The Hopsters. Aloha from Hawaii and good afternoon from paradise to another Mr. Fazio. Thank you very much, the Hopsters, for stopping by. Mr. and Mrs. Hopster, they always have they have a saying they coined called love, 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 love. And it's pretty unique considering I've watched thousands of YouTube channels and I've never heard that expression. But they also have a channel that they actually run from Hawaii. And they do walking tours. For anybody that's watching this video that doesn't know Mr. and Mrs. Hopster, they walk on the beach. They walk on rock jetties. They show you the fish. They walk on hiking trails. Mrs. Hopster's familiar with some of the flowers and fauna and flora. Mr. Hopster goes swimming. They go swimming. They go in the water. They go snorkeling. They do hikes in forests or rough vegetation. And Mrs. Hopster, she did the best food outside. I guess you would call it a food. It was festival, or it might have been every Sunday, but she did the best outside food festival and pricing, showing you the food. Because a lot of people just walk by the food and go, oh, yeah, those are potatoes. They're 90 pesos. But all you see is a box of brown stuff. But Mrs. Hopster will go over and look at it and show it to you close up. And there were cookies there that were $3 each for a little cookie about this big. And then you could buy a ham and egg breakfast for $13, which 2 eggs, 2 pieces of toast, and 2 little pieces of ham, or 2 sausages for $13, not including coffee. But Mrs. Hapster does a really good job with her mall video. She did a video of the most expensive mall I've ever seen. There may be more. It had Gucci and Chanel No. 5 and all the high top Fifth Avenue, Saks Fifth Avenue stores. And Mrs. Hapster went in where she could and gave you an idea what it looked like. So Mrs. Hapster runs a pretty cool channel. She's a better vlogger, well, than most people, including myself, because we can't get internet here in the Philippines that working from my tablet. That's not possible. I've tried it, at least with this piece of garbage Samsung tablet that I have. It will not pick up live stream. So it's so not worth it. I tried it I got a 50 peso load. It didn't work. It worked. You have to keep it standing still in one spot. But we don't have the 5G network here, and I'm glad we don't have that. But Mrs. Hapster probably has the best videos for blogging, food court videos for sure, water videos in Hawaii for sure, and market videos in Hawaii for sure. So if you're not registered as an account for Mrs. Hapster, please, by all means, do so. And Mrs. Hapster, please, I meant what I said. If you can help Honeyco, I heard about her situation. I didn't know what it was until I spoke with Big E about 5 days ago, and he explained Honeyco's situation. So that would be cool. If you want to help somebody, please help Honeyco. Thank you. And thank you very much for stopping by. Aloha from Mrs. Hapster to Warren H. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Hapster. Welcome to the machine. So what's up? Now we have the Hapsters. Hello, folks, says Warren H. to the Hapsters. And Mr. Scott Del Fuego says, Warren's like a Navy aircraft pilot. He spends a lot of time on touch and goes. You know, I'm looking forward to having Warren here. We will have, you all know, based on my previous live streams and uploads, to become friends. Well, I have many Filipino friends, but I'll give you a quick, for instance, yesterday, hard to believe, but I really, so I'm at the Jeepney terminal, and normally I just get on the Jeepney and I get on the Jeepney and I come back to the Alona Beach. I say hello to everybody. Everybody says hello to me. But yesterday I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I was in the city. Oh, I forgot about the taxes. All right. I'm in the city. I got to the city at 8:15 and I got number 63 to get into the Bureau of Internal Revenue Service, number 63. I had to wait till 25 minutes after 10 from 8:15. So 2 hours and 15 minutes. But they were already up to number 30 at 8:20 in the morning. I don't know what time they opened, but they were up to number 30. So So it took 2 hours and 10 minutes to do 30 numbers. But I got up at, I was actually up before 5 o'clock. And then so I went to the BIR and I got the number 63 at 8:15. And then I went to the bank to withdraw money to buy a computer that I never bought because they didn't have a computer that fit my needs. And then I went back to the BIR at I got there at 9:45, and I waited till 10:20. We had a bunch of laughs online. So here's how you get your BIR paperwork processed. Okay, so the first thing you need to do, you could do, I don't think you could do it all in one day, and I wouldn't try. But if you do bring this following paperwork, I'll give you a list. If you do bring the following paperwork with you, there's my list. You might be able to get it done in one day, but this is what you need to do. So first of all, if you want to get number one at the BIR, I suggest that you get to the BIR at 7 a.m. because apparently they had up to number 30, and that was at 8:15. So I gave you directions. So let me get this in the notes. Jack Thompson, flip the plywood over, damn it. Oh, we have plywood sales. But we could do that in a minute. So let me get the codes. Let me tell you the number of the codes. Let me give you what you need to get from the BIR, and then you'll get everything when you get there. So what you have to bring to the BIR, hold on a minute. I have a little bit of a, hold on. All right. All right. Now, you don't need this, but if you have it, I would bring it. Now, this is my NBI clearance paperwork. Okay, so this is my NBI clearance. Now, I also have a TIN number, but it's from my YouTube account. So now this Bureau of the National Bureau of Investigation, the NBI, this is a multi-purpose clearance, which will allow you to get a TIN number, a tax number. It serves a purpose that anybody checking your background knows that when this was issued on this date, as of that date, you had no criminal record. It also allows you, if you have a corporation or an entity that wants to hire you, you need an NBI clearance. It also gives you another piece of identification when you're exiting or entering the country. So I have one of these, and this is to date. So if you have an NBI clearance, I suggest you bring it. I should do a show on just that. But then you're going to have to go to the BIR in the morning. So once you get on the line for the BIR and wait, you're going to walk up through the temperature sensor man, and you're going to walk up to the desk and you're going to tell the man what you want to do. And immediately to the left of what we'll call the secretary's desk, just about eye height, there's a little chart, 10 inches by 10 inches, and it has the list of the following things on the chart that you're going to need to get your tax paperwork filled out. And before you read that, this is the form that they're going to give you. A 1901 form for a YouTube self voucher, okay? It's an application for registration, self-employed and mixed income individual estates and trusts. It's BIR form number 1901. So at the secretary's desk, you're going to get this form. Then you're going to fill out 3 of those forms. You're going to get 3 of them. I suggest you get photocopies made in case you make a mistake. You don't have to wipe the stuff out. Then you're going to get a copy, and you should have this, makes it simple, a copy of your birth certificate. That's what they want. And if it's on the list, they want that. So they said, please bring in a copy of your birth certificate. I said, what if you don't have one? And his response was, please bring in a copy of your birth certificate. So they want a copy of your original birth certificate. They want the original birth certificate, but you have to bring them a copy with the original birth certificate, number 1. Number 2, they want a copy, a high-quality color copy of your passport and current stamps in your passport to identify that you've paid your visa taxes stamps on time. So it has to be high quality, open passport, all your with the stamps. So I would suggest you bring 2 of each, just so that you have a copy of them. They want that. They're not going to do it without your passport. Sounded like they wouldn't do it without an original copy of your birth certificate. They just want to see it. They'll take a copy of your original birth certificate, but they want to see your original birth certificate, which I have. So then this form is really not to be folded. I folded it one time. So this form is 8.5 by 11. What they want from you to bring is a brown manila envelope that fits at least 9 or 10 inches by 13 or 12 or 13 inches. They want this form to fit in the brown envelope. And they want the type of envelope that has the tie on it, where you tie it with a string. So you need to bring a brown manila envelope or a cardboard envelope with the tie string on it, bigger than this paper, because there is going to be other forms that your passport is going to be attached to this, and your birth certificate. I'm going to bring photographs, but that wasn't on the list, but I am sure by the end of the day, they're going to ask you for photographs somewhere, and then you're going to have to go next door and pay a stupid amount for photographs. Now, and when I say a stupid amount, I get 5 photographs, legal photographs for a passport or whatever, for about 120 pesos. That's like $2.40. And that's reasonable. But when you go next door to wherever these agencies are, you might pay 150 pesos for 2 photographs, but you might need 3 photographs. So it's going to cost you $6 for something you could get at a photographic store for $2.40. You need to have a brown manila envelope. You need 6 500 pesos, 500 pesos is the cost to fill these forms out, plus an additional 50 pesos for a stamp. There was one more thing. They want a copy of your driver's license if you have a driver's license, and they want a copy of your ACR card. So you need a copy. You have to bring your driver's license with you if you have it. It's not mandatory. But if you have, these are the things that make it my life easy. So driver's license, they want the driver's license and a copy, color copy. I have an ACR card, everybody does, and they want a color copy of that. Both sides, front and back driver's license, front and back ACR card. Passport, the page and the stamp, the most current stamp. For me, I'll bring them 2 copies of my NBI clearance, and I also will give them a copy of my tax paperwork, but it's my TIN number was to bring goods into the Philippines, and where I had to pay tax on the goods that came into the Philippines, I had to work with a customs broker for something. So I have a TIN number for self-employed business. And after you get these 3 pieces of paper filled out, both sides, and you get your brown envelope and you get all those other photographs, after you get all of that together, then you don't go to the Tax Bureau of Internal Revenue office. You don't go there with your paperwork. You go to the Capitol building in Bohol. Capitol building. I mean, City Hall, Capitol building is next to the NBR. You go to City Hall, City Hall, with all your paperwork. And you bring that 550 pesos with you. And City Hall will go through your paperwork and check to make sure that the papers you gave them are correct. City Hall will put your papers back in the envelope after they take their copies and make their report. They will say Michael Fazio's paperwork is in good standing order. And they will tell you to go back to the Bureau of Internal Revenue Service, and you need to bring a phone with you. You need a phone. If you don't have a phone, you will not get your paperwork, because City Hall will take your cell phone number and give it to the Bureau of Internal Revenue Service. When they get the text or message or email that your paperwork is in order and you have the paperwork in your hand, you're going to bring the paperwork back to the Bureau of Internal Revenue. They're going to take that paperwork from you, but only after they text you. So that might not happen the same day. So you can go home and come back a couple of days later. But if they text you, here's the problem. So my paperwork will be submitted. I'm going to do this next Tuesday to make it easy, or Thursday. I don't know when. But it takes a couple of days to put the paperwork together. So once I give the paperwork to City Hall and it's okay, not a problem. So they'll give Bureau of Internal Revenue Service in the papers. In other words, their stamp is okay from the City Hall. If you want to pick up your actual form that says you have your business license to do business in the Philippines, after you get your text number, you still have to go back to the Bureau of Immigration. You do not go to the front of the line. You have to get there early enough to get a number from 1 to 150. They only give out 150 numbers a day. So if you get there at 7 o'clock and you get number 1, you're in. If you get there at 10 o'clock and you get number 60, you're in. But if you get there at 10:30 and they run out of numbers, you got to come back the next time you could go back to the city. I know it sounds stupid. You'd think that once you get your text clock, when I got my papers yesterday, and people were there from like 9 o'clock in the morning, when I got my number, they got their number, that they had to wait 2 hours just to go there. This is what they did. They walked in, they got the text message. You show the guard your text message, show it to them. He says, okay, go to the secretary. The secretary looks at your text message. He looks at it. He says, okay, go upstairs. You go upstairs, you hand them the envelope. They check that the papers are in the envelope, and they hand you your business license. But you can't get there without a number. So if you get a text, you got to get there early before, I'd say before 9:30. Otherwise, you're going to be there till 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I got there at 20 after 8, and I was waited till 11 o'clock, 10:25 to get online. So I waited 2 hours, 2 hours to go 30 numbers, and half those numbers weren't there. The people left. So it took 2 hours to go through 17 numbers, 2 hours, because half the people's numbers between 30 and 63 were not in the line anymore. They went home, they went for breakfast, they went for lunch. So those are the things you need to get your license. If you don't have an original birth certificate, I don't know what to tell you. That's what they want. And I know they want the original birth certificate because in order to get, and I'll show this to you again, I'll show you what a color copy of your passport looks like, high quality. This is this deal on this crisp, clear copy of my NBI clearance. Okay, they want that. If you don't have it, don't go, because that's what they want. Well, I'm not sure about the NBI clearance being necessary. In fact, I am sure it wasn't on the board, but they want a copy of your birth certificate. If you don't have your birth certificate, I don't know, maybe you could figure something else out with them, but you're still going to need to go there to talk to them, to ask them if you could bypass the birth certificate, because they don't want to hear it. In order for me to get my NBI clearance, I had when I went to America last year in March and April, I sent back boxes, and in one of the boxes was my birth certificate. In order to get my NBI clearance to do business, I had to wait 12 weeks for the box to get to me from America. If I didn't have my birth certificate, they wouldn't have gave me my NBI clearance. So when they asked you for the birth certificate, the guy was pretty clear. He said, we'd like to have your birth certificate. I said, what if, just asking a question, what if you don't have a birth certificate? He just made like he didn't hear it. He goes, sir, bring your birth certificate when you come back. Okay. But I have a birth certificate with me and it's available to use and to copy, but they want to see it. So if you guys don't have a birth certificate, I don't know about what's going to happen to you. Peekaboo, welcome to the machine. All right, now we're going to go back up here. Jack Thompson, flip the plywood over, damn it. Okay, so here we go. Where is that nasty shit? My shake shingles. Hold on, I got the shake shingle stuff right here. Topster, if you're still here, I got a deal for you. Mrs. Hapster, we have gently used plywood. I was selling these yesterday, but I had a run on gently used. We call these shack shingles. Shack shingles. So these shack shingles are 1x2s, and they're gently used one side, and what I call good one side. So this is good one side, and this is gently used plywood right there. Now this one happens to be, you could use this on the roof. This one you could use on as a shingle for the side of your shack, or you could put it on the roof as a peak, like this peak. That's the foldable shack shingle. These are hinged shack shingles. These are $9. The ones that don't have the hinge, that are just flat like this, these are $5. This is a multi-purpose. That's why it's extra. It's a flat shingle that could be used on the side of the house. You can see where it says it's coated. It's coated with the big letter S, which stands for shack. It stands for shingle. It stands for scam, and it stands for money. Because we're scamming money for shack shingles. But this one is a deal at $9 because they're hard to come by, these multi-purpose shingles, especially when you're looking on the beach. These are the ones that the locals grab first, the multi-purpose hinged shack shingles. These are the best of these. So these are $9, and of course they come. We have shack patches that fill up these little holes here. We have a shack patch that fits right in here on a swivel, so you could look out like a peephole. And I have also form plywood, and I also have these blocks of wood that are, some people might consider scraps, but I will sign these pieces of wood with my name with a soldering gun. I will scribe my name in here with a heat gun, like a hot tip, and I can let these small pieces go for about 1,000 pesos, but the bigger are 3,000 pesos. So here's why. You could see 1,000 pesos is only like 1/3 of the bigger pieces. That's why they're 1/3 less price. And the bigger pieces have more uses. So I could even charge 4,000 pesos for the bigger blocks, but I'm giving everybody the cut rate discount on everything today. Everything must go. All my blocks of wood, all my good one side, gently used second side, and hip roof, hinged, shake, scam shingles with a hinge. These are, you try to go find one of these. I would bet that if 1,000 people watch this video, I bet 1,000 people could go scour the beach for the next 3 days and not find these shingles. These float up only on full moon, high tide, during the summer and winter solstice. I don't know why. Apparently that's the best time that you could grab them. So I grabbed these while they were available. I had a stack outside, but they're gone now too. So I just had this one left. I sold the shack shingle to Scott, to Jack Thompson, and this is still for sale. This is a shack shingle, and it's a hip roof, hinged, slightly used, one side good the other side. These are $9.99. So I'll just put this over there so it doesn't make a fucking mess. And I have, so now you know the prices for the, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Scott Del Fuego moves in at $388 and takes it. A shovel shingle, we have shovel shingles. Some of the shingles are just straight, non-flexible, and you could they double as a shovel. Double shovel shingles are $3.99. Jack at least knew what the pricing was. I did send out a price schedule for the shovel shingles and the hinge shingles. Thank you very much. So, and whenever we do the slightly used shingles, you know that slightly used scam, shake, shack shingles are always accompanied with music, right? You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. And if you don't know that, just give me 45 seconds to get my musical instruments over here. And I will be back in 45 seconds. That's one. I'll be back in 17 seconds. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 15 seconds, 16 seconds, 17 seconds, baby. Some people wonder why I do that. And I do that because when I built the A10A, the Warthog, I was on a time study program for 3 months. And everything I did, they counted how many seconds it took for me to do that. And from that day on, I always count how long it takes. And that's what made my deck building business profitable. I knew how much time it took to move 60 pieces of lumber. But moving past that, and how much time it took to route a piece of lumber with Johnny Mac on one end and Jimmy Hardbody on the other. So when we sell a shack shingle, which we sold a hinged shack shingle to Scott for $3.88, and that means that we have a very happy pot, that you can see the pot is happy. It's a lot happier than, but that's the signifies, the big S signifies shack, shingle, scam, shack, shingle, shake, scam. But we also have one more reason, not such a happy signal. We have the cross of Christ. And being that the pandemic is destroying the church's income, they're probably crying for the money, but I don't really care about that. So when we sold the first shingle, this is the Scott Del Fuego, the song specifically for Scott Del Fuego, and Scott working in Chicago in the capacity that he does will appreciate this, because this is an old stainless steel pot that was left in a rusty barrel. So it's got black, it's got blue, it's got brown on it. But for all intent and purposes, we call this the black pot. And we, you know, and I know, and Scott Del Fuego knows, and Warren knows, and Jack knows, and now Mrs. Hopster knows, and everybody knows that black pots matter, right? So let's do a little black pots. This is for the first scam, shake, shingle for the shack, $3.88 donation from Scott Del Fuego. A little music here. Music maestro, ready? Yeah, baby. A little rendition of Black Pots Matter by Michael Fazio. So I'm on. But remember W.C. Fields said there's a sucker born every minute? We got them all right here on my channel right now, baby. Let's go back up to the top. See where those, oh my God, we are so far away from holy shit. We are so far away from the flip that plywood over, damn it. Jack Thompson made me flip the plywood over, damn it. Flip that plywood over. The good one side. He wanted to see the good one side. Now, Jack doesn't get the Black Pots Matter. Jack gets the Super Chat pot ringing thing. So let's hold on a minute. I didn't. Okay, I got it. Jack Thompson, this is the Super Chat pot. This is for you. Jack Thompson, the pot gets turned over. And that represents the money sign, but it represents the fact that we just scammed Jack Thompson out of $4.99. But we also scammed him before, and I plan on scamming him again. Jack Thompson's very vulnerable because he knows that I know his real identity, and he doesn't want to share that. So he's a very vulnerable person right now because he got caught doing something he shouldn't have been doing. And I might just rat him out. Yeah. I've been watching people on YouTube rat other people out, and I'm thinking about joining the Rats Are Us Club. And but this is the signifies Jack gotta flip the plywood over, scam, shingle, shack, Super Chat, and stupid chat. All right? Jesus didn't get nothing today. He gets nothing. Today ain't Sunday. So let's laugh at Jack. Jack Thompson got screwed. That's another thing to ask them. Jack Thompson was screwed. Yeah. Jack Thompson was screwed. He was screwed. Jack Thompson was screwed. Yeah, like Santa Claus and Scrooge, but Jack was just screwed, not Scrooge. Jack Thompson was screwed. Jack Thompson is screwed. I know a secret I won't tell. My name is Michael, not Rat. I will never tell Jack's secret because I'm not a rat. I will never tell on Jack because I'm not a rat. Yeah, we have an influx of rats in the machine the last couple of days, and they're actually being proud of it. Now, you could be proud of being a rat if that's where you're at. So if you're at that rat stage in life and you feel the best thing for you to do is to be a rat, then be the rat. Become the rat. Become the rat you always wanted to be. Thank you, Jack. I will never rat Jack. Rats. It rhymes with rats, super chats, and super chat tax rhymes with rats. Super chat tax rhymes with rats. Yeah, 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 yeah. Super chat tax, it rhymes with tax. And that's enough of that shit, because I have a sound ordinance here. I don't make sounds. Oh, it's after 12 o'clock. I'm okay. Super chat rat tax is where it's at. Rat out the super chat tax collectors. We have about 5 different bloggers in the Philippines community that are upset that we have to pay tax. And I'm the happiest blogger to pay tax, because the more money I make, the less money the tax costs me. Now, I know you didn't understand that, but I'll break it down for you from a fiscal point of view. Let's say you make $100, and at the end of the year, they want 10%. Now, Google takes 33%, so that only leaves you $67. But they still want $10 of that $100, so that leaves you $57. You know, you have 2 hours of paperwork. So is it worth 2 hours of paperwork for $57? Just rough it out at $30 an hour. Yeah, I would say it's worth $30 an hour, especially living in the Philippines. So if you make $100, I would say that it's worth it. To some people, to some other people, not worth it. But if you make $10,000 or $1,000, well, now you're entitled to $670 less $570. It still takes you 2 hours to do your taxes at the end of the year. Now you're making $275.80 an hour. Then it pays for you to do Super Chat. So the more money that I make in Super Chat, the less money it costs me for taxes. It's simple mathematics. The time it takes to fill the forms out is identical. So how you do it is how many hours it takes you to fill out the forms versus your profit. And there you have your hourly wage. So my hourly wage this year, based on those numbers, well, I won't have to pay tax. I don't think I'll have to pay tax on my Google this year. My Google wages are down a little bit from last year. Now, if they would have had taxes last year, I'm not sure if I would have paid taxes last year. I don't remember what the taxes were, but my taxes may or may not hit the threshold for Google this year, so I don't worry about the tax. But there are people that do go well over the threshold, and I wouldn't concern myself with that, because until you get to $5,000, all you do is fill out the paperwork and you don't give them any money. After $5,000, it becomes problematic. Oh my God, I'm going to need a new spoon. Look at what I did to my spoon. See, it's ripped. Shit. It's broken on both sides, too. It's not just... What am I going to do? Look at this. This was my good spoon, too. My good Super Chats. But see, it's ripped on the bottom a little bit there. But on the top, it's ripped a lot. Or the bottom. And see the orange? And see the orange now on the bottom? You can see through it a little bit. Oh, my God. You know, just turn this sucker around. Let's see what happens if I turn it around. Not the same. Close, though. Close. I can work with this. Don't send me any super chat for a new spoon. Thank you. So Jack had the super chat, and Scott got the Black Pots Matter because he works in Chicago. Mr. Fazio, a white pointer is a great white shark. Okay. I don't know. I guess I'm going to learn a lot of Australian phrases. And that's another thing about Warren. I'm looking forward to being with a friend, somebody that you could call a friend. So it's hard to be friends. So I started telling you about what happened at the jeepney terminal yesterday. It was a good thing, but let me get up to where I was with the super chat. So I said hello to a couple of the men, and one of the men. Let me get my bag. So one of the men asked me for money for snacks because the lady came around to get the snacks. They come around with the tray over their head, and they go walk around the jeepneys. And I said to the guy, I had apples. I have apples in the refrigerator. So I gave him, the apples were 13 pesos each, 26 cents for an apple. Now I know this guy, and we've been friends for a long time. Now, he was next to the jeepney I was in. This is what happens in the Philippines. And it was just him and I on the side of the jeepney. And he said, maybe you give me some money for a snack. And they had something that they pay about 15 pesos for a fruit. But I had apples, which are just as good or better. So I gave him a nice, big, healthy apple. And he walked away with it. And within like 30 seconds, there were 15 men come over to me and ask me for an apple. Some I knew, some I didn't know. I only had 6 apples. And I said, no, I'm not feeding everybody apples. I mean, I don't really care. I don't even know any of these. Some I knew like by face, but that one man was part of the jeepney that I was on. But so he went and told everybody I have free apples. This is what happens. This is why no matter what you do with the people in the Philippines, I have friends of mine on the block that are my friends that have invited me to their house, Christmas, for birthdays, for whatever, even funerals. And they give me meals and friendship. So I will walk down the block on occasion and give them something like this, okay? Now, these are for some of my friends. This is what I bought them for. Yesterday, they had a sale on coffee with a carnation creamer, coffee mate. Now, I don't eat that shit, but I eat the coffee, and it was only like 2 pesos more than normal. So I bought, 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8. All right, fucking right. I have another bag that's outside. Okay, so I bought 15 of these. Okay, now I'm going to keep 9 of them because this will be my coffee. Yeah, I must have them. I have boxes that I left outside. All right, so these were the ones, I guess I was going to put these for the gifts walking down the block, but I didn't do that yesterday because when I was coming down the block, one of the neighbors that was going to get one stopped his motorcycle and gave me a ride. So instead of walking down the block and giving these out one at a time, the neighbor gave me a ride down the block. So he got his and his mother got hers, but then nobody else got theirs. So that bag was for the neighbors. So I don't mind giving out to the neighbors, but now when I go up the block, every single person on the block, if I go up the block that way and give them out, on the way back, every single neighbor will ask me for a bag of coffee for 80 pesos. So that'll be like 60 people. Well, I'm not going to give out 540 pesos, 5,400 pesos in coffee. Especially, they will come out and say, but my aunt and my mother and my brother, and I have a son that lives in, Venezuela. So I have to walk up to the end of the block now and give out those other 7 pieces to my friends who invite me to their house. And then when I walk down the block, then I have to remember that the next few days, 4 or 5 days, whenever I walk anywhere, people will ask me, where's my coffee? They don't say, may I please have coffee? They don't say, do you have any more coffee? They say, where's my coffee? And I say, have no more. Humana. And they say, just give one. They don't say, please give one. They don't say, may I have one? They don't say, Michael, please, may I have a coffee? No, they say, just give one, or where's my coffee? Well, I would love to give them all coffee, but this is what happened. So the apple was a precursor to what's going to happen tomorrow. But I'm still going to give those out, but I don't really, because now when I say no, there's nothing for you, they don't push the issue, but they will surround you also. They're friends, but that's what they do. Like the men yesterday, they surrounded me, and I had 5 more apples, but I'm not giving out those 5 apples. Those are for me. I bought apples for me. It's a rare thing I buy apples, but I bought them for me. And being that he's my friendly Filipino, conductor, I give him an apple. But then he did not have to tell everybody that I had apples, but he went and told everybody I had free apples or something. This is what happens. So let me get back to the comments because I'm getting a little bit behind here. Let's see. Thank you, Jack, again. Sharks, so a white pointer, says Edvin Hagen, is a great white shark. I have never seen anything but documentaries. Actually, I watched one a few days ago. It was pretty cool. But that's something I always wanted to see in real life as a diver, but I don't think I'll ever get a chance to go into a shark cage in Australia or see a great white. But thanks for sharing the information. Love, love, love from Mrs. Hapster. Yeah, Warren, plenty of shark chum surface down there. Oh, I see what somebody's saying. Okay, wait a second. I'm missing something here. Wait. Warren, not the plywood you sent for the hotel. I missed the point there. The coconut crusted. Jack Thompson says the coconut custard video was awesome. Okay, I don't know where that is. Honeyco has obtained another job, luckily, says Scott Del Fuego. Scott has a special place for Honeyco in his heart. I know that. I've watched him communicate with Honeyco. I think that Scott is a little bit soft on Honeyco. I wouldn't be soft long, but I think Scott likes Honeyco, baby. I think I have a feeling. And that's okay, because she's a real sweet lady. The Habsters, how's Big E doing? I hope he's doing well. I missed that guy. He's doing fine, Mrs. Habster. I could tell you where he is, but Big E and I have an agreement that I don't divulge any of our personal information, either from him or to him or about him, and he doesn't do the same with me. But just leave it to say, Big E is enjoying himself more than probably anybody else that we know in the Philippines right now, today, and yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, and for a couple of weeks. Big E is doing well, and I will tell him you said hello. Thank you, Mrs. Hopster. Big E is coming to the hall, too, you know. When Warren gets here, we have legal paperwork to do, and Big E is coming to Bahal when the lockdown ends with Chi Corsairs to also do some things, and Warren and Chi and Big E and myself, we're all going to go out to the buffet at the Hen Inn restaurant. So I'm looking forward to that. Plus, Big E and I have a plan of what we're going to do on Luna Beach. It's going to be really funny. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be funny. And it's going to take all day to do it. It's going to fulfill our predetermined plan. It should take several hours. And that's long before dinner, during dinner, and after dinner. So you should look forward to that coming up. Jack says Honeyco has her comments turned off. Yeah, Scott, that's true. That's what I was trying to point out, that the people here. Okay, so the people I give to, they've always given to me. But we keep it at a minimal. We stay at arm's distance, so to speak. They'll invite me to their house, and when Daisy was here, I went to a lot more parties, only because with Daisy, she would be in contact with these people. Here now during the lockdown, well, I only see a few of them, so I'm not locked down. By the way, I can go to the city, but only on certain days. But when we went to their party, they benefited quite a bit more from our gifts to them than, and I'm not saying it's tit for tat, but they would put out some of the most delicious food. I mean, every I don't care if how poor the house looks. I don't care what it looks like, the house from outside. I don't care, wet kitchen, dry kitchen, wood stove. They're burning coal, they're burning wood. The food is always delicious. But Daisy and I would typically bring somewhere, well, we would always bring one sauce and 1 kilo of spaghetti. which is not so much. It's just under 200 pesos. That's okay. But we would always try to bring a pineapple also, fresh pineapple, which would be about 60 pesos. So that's 250 pesos. And then 50 or 60 pieces of candy for the family. So it would somewhere around 300 pesos. And then we would give them a few hundred pesos for monies, which would pay for our food. So we always brought one fella that I gave a wrench to the other day, a real wrench, 1/2-inch wrench. What did we give him? We gave him a bunch of shit. Oh, God. Well, we didn't actually give it to him. We actually put the bag down and we said, we have your gifts in that bag, in like one of those bags. And he took all of it. It was for 2 different people that we were going to go see that day. Oh, thank you very much. And I didn't really care. I just walked down the block and got more shit. But yeah, they'll just, even though that was above and way beyond and above what you would normally bring them. But other Filipinos came to his house all the time we were there. They didn't bring him anything at all. Just said thank you. Or maybe not. I don't know. So we give back. And they always invited us because they ended up with the good side of the stick. Not that it was a bad side, but they will take whatever you can give. But for instance, 2 weeks ago, what did I give? What the fuck was it that I gave? Actually, 2 weeks ago, I had bought the 400-piece bag of candy, and I had bags like this, made up bags like this, 20 pieces in each bag. And I had just given out candy to all the children. And then the father, well, because I know I carry them in my pocket in like bags of 20, because usually I only see 4 or 5 kids at a time. And the father comes over and asks me for a bag of candy. Now, his 4 children just stopped by my house. So I said, I just gave the children candy. Yeah. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow's your fucking problem. I'm not, there is a candy store 50 feet from his house. In fact, he lives on the property of the candy store. But that's what they'll do. So after his children came to my house and got candy, he came looking for a bag of candy, because sometimes I give him a bag. So he thought it was time to get a bag, even though his kids just got 2 pieces of candy each for the last couple of days, actually, because the lockdown, there's a lot of kids. Anyway, you got to be, it's okay, but you got to be careful who you're dealing with here. They will take it all, not steal it, but they'll ask for you for all, whatever you could give. It doesn't matter what it is. They'll just take it all. If you say you want this, they don't even look in your hand to see what it is. They just take it, because they don't have much, and that's okay. But when you just gave 8 pieces of candy, which is about, in the candy store, that would be like 16 pesos, which is, that's a third of an hour's wages. And then they come over and ask for a bag of 20, because sometimes I give him a bag of 20, because he has, those 4 children are just his 4 children that are walking, but he also lives with his wife and her sister. So there's 3 and 4, 7 people. So 2 pieces each is 14, but whatever. You got to be careful. So Scott Del Fuego makes an intelligent comment. It is difficult to go without friends that share beliefs, language, and culture in common. That is hard. Yeah, because in America, my friends would never come over to my house and ask me for candy or foods. I mean, you always bring over a cake and a bottle of wine or something, or a pizza when you go to somebody's house, but that gets out of control here. And besides that, there's nothing. I will spend all day. Let's just say the man's name is, I don't know, pick a name, Jesus. So we go to Jesus's house, and you could be there for 3 hours, and the girls will talk about whatever they talk about. I have no idea. I don't ask them what they talk about. I don't care. But like me, I would just sit there and wait for the girls to finish talking. But I don't have anything to talk about. In fact, the guy needed 2 sheets of plywood. That's 1,000 pesos a sheet. The last party I went to about 3 weeks ago, he needed that, not the one I sent my friends, but another one. So he needed 2 sheets of plywood. That's 1,000 pesos each. He asked me, because he knows I have plywood, he asked me for 2 sheets of plywood. That's 2,000 pesos. And I had painted it and primed it, and it was for a job that I'm doing. And he asked me for the plywood that I needed for a personal repair. And he had no qualms about asking me for the wood. He knew I was using it here, too. It wasn't like I was going to bring it somewhere. I was actually cutting it up to use for something I'm building here. And he asked me for my plywood. I need 2 sheets of plywood. And he showed me up on top. This way the ulan does not come in on the children. So you should go get a tarpaulin for about 79 pesos. That ought to take care of that. Anyway, let's get back to the comments. You got to be, all right, so Scott says, it's difficult to go without friends that share beliefs, language, and culture in common, regardless of the situation. Man is designed to be social, and I prefer a smaller circle of true loyal friends. That's true. Yeah, she was on my stream this morning, Jack Thompson. Talked to her also on Messenger. Good. Mrs. Hapster is still here. I was hoping Honeyco would take the go to Chicago, find Scott Del Fuego, and go for a no-expense spared dinner with drinks, a tour of the most violent ghetto, tips, and then some good, clean fun. I knew he liked Honeyco. I was right. Challenge. And it's a challenge, is it? It's a challenge. That would be cool. Peekaboo 2. Hello, Corona Claus. Wow. Peekaboo 2. Peekaboo 2. I see you on Steve's live stream a lot. I enjoy Steve's live streams as well. Sometimes, though, his one that he did last, oh, God, where he started talking about the tap water, I thought he was never going to stop. Enough. He talked about the tap water for 5 minutes, and then he got off the subject, and then he went back onto the tap water subject again for another 5 minutes, and then he did the same thing with something else. And I'm going, I wasn't watching it live, Peekaboo, and I'm going, well, wait a minute, I'll just slide the bar over past whatever he was talking about by about 5 minutes, and we were done. I don't have to watch that when it's on replay. So welcome to the machine, Peekaboo to you. Peekaboo to you is about ready to start a channel. He tested out his live stream a few days ago. So if he wants to give out his channel link, what I could do is I could either make you a moderator if you're still here, Peekaboo, or just send out the link if you want to be a moderator, or send out the link and I'll okay it. It's up to you. And this way people can start going to your channel. Scott Del Fuego. I thought about that when the guy said you need a manila envelope. I wanted to say, how can I go to Manila to get an envelope? But this guy was bending over backwards to move through the line as fast as possible. And I just took his directions as sharp as he gave them to me and copied down the information on the bulletin board to my left. But he was so helpful, it was unbelievable, because he knew I didn't understand his language, but he made it so clear how to get it done the first time I go through there. Yeah, so can you use a manila envelope in Cebu, or do they only accept Cebu envelopes? I'm pretty sure you can only use manila envelopes in Manila. I thought about that. I was gonna, and I'm going to myself, this guy has been here for now 60 numbers, probably dealt with 40 different people. He doesn't need to be, maybe he doesn't even want to be joked with. So I didn't ask her. And I'm sure that I wouldn't have been the first. So snitches get snitches. Snitches get stitches. And can you imagine somebody being so jealous of we're talking about hundreds of dollars now. Can you imagine somebody being that fucking jealous of another man? Oh my God. Andy Googer. Oh, 007. Oh shit. I got to get down to, imagine somebody being so fucking jealous of $100 or $200 a month that they got to rat him out to the authorities. But I'm glad that he does that in a way, because it made me get a really cool idea to do live streams. And oh shit, holy shit. We got to sing. Where the hell are we? There's we're right there, but we're not really there yet. More of that stupid chat. Where's the button? Let me find that button. Oh my God. There's some, all right, here we go. Ready? Marvelous Mark, the king of dark. Flashing colors on my screen. I see blue. Then I see green from Jack Thompson. Remember, Jack rhymes with rat. Rat. Scott Del Fuego buys the shake shingle hinged shack covering for $3.88. Salamat. Jack Thompson wants me to save a shovel shingle before Scott buys them all. Salamat. Warren with more stupid chat. Salamat. 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 I see colors flashing on my screen. I see blue. I see green. I see orange too. The extra 1 cent is to make up for my $9.99. At least Warren trying to keep a set of honest books. I know he's going to make a good partner now. And we have a Jack Thompson. Warren sent the extra pennies. He did, didn't he? And Andy Googer, 007. You as half a shingle for me, bro. What a fucking cool guy comes onto my stream. The first time I even see this man, you as half a shingle for me, bro. We're going to sing for Andy Googer. We're going to sing. Andy Googer, this one's for you. Andy Googer. What a name. I wish I had that name. I wish I would have thought of that name. Andy Googer. Let's think of something really cool. Andy Googer. I don't know where you come from, but where I come from. And before we do the Andy Googer song, we're going to have to put earplugs in. Because I got to tell you, Andy, you are a first time on my channel, and you deposited $10 into the Super Chat donation, and that helps me build bridges. Eventually, I'll save enough Super Chat. I'm going to take these earplugs that look like this. I'm going to crush them down. I'm going to put them in my ears because this is worse than guns. I'm going to put these in my ears. And then I'm going to bang this fucking pot until you go deaf, my friend. Until you go deaf. Have no fear. Black pots matter. Okay, so we are borrowing $20. That's my half in the hotel. Yeah, baby. That's 20. That's about what it's going to cost you to get going there, buddy. $20. Andy Goober and Warren, Scott, Jack. Black pots matter, baby. Black pots matter. Now remember, Andy Goober, this is your fault that I'm going to bang this pot until you go deaf. Ready? Set. Andy Goober is now part of the show. Andy Goober! Big money! Big money, Andy Goober! Andy Goober! Andy Goober! Welcome! Welcome to the machine! Andy Goober! Welcome, I say! Welcome! Welcome, Andy Goober! Andy Goober! Andy Goober! Andy Goober! Andy Goober! Andy Goober, Andy Goober, Andy Goober, baby, what a fucking name. I had to sing a special song for Andy Goober. And let's give Andy Goober a big welcome. Welcome to the machine, Andy Goober. What a fucking name. I just wish I would have thought of that. Half the shingle for me for fucking $11.23, which covers the tax on a $10 donation. Plus some. Thank you, Andy. Welcome. Andy Goober. Now you can go take a segment of that and bring it to your family and show the love from the Philippines, from Michael Fazio to Andy Goober. Let's have a big hand for Andy Goober. Warren, I got to go to the top of the comments. I got to get back up here. We have a lot of stupid chat here. Shovel shingle for me. All right, let's get... Scott was talking about rats before. I'm moving through here. Now that's a good point. I never heard of a Bahal envelope and want to know if I need some. A Bahal envelope? I'll take care of that. We'll get a... What I'll do is... Scott the Fuego, we got snitches, 6 foot deep ditches with acid. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Scott, with snitches get stitches. Okay, we're back to where we were. Yeah, so back to my comments. Andy Goober, thank you. I didn't forget about that. That was a really nice super chat. Thank you, Andy. Imagine being so fucking jealous. Imagine being such a self-loathing, self-hating individual that you would have to be jealous of another man making $100 or $200 a month. When you have the opportunity, or you did, the opportunity came and went in your life to be successful. Imagine some sort of, I'm not sure how you would get gratification out of ratting somebody out. And then to have the audacity to say that you, whoever the rats are, have friends and you're all going to rat as a composite. Like you have a group of friends and you're all going to choose vloggers to rat out people. Like 3 or 4 vloggers somehow communicate with each other and they're going to rat out a particular blogger, whoever that blogger might be. Where do you get self-gratification? But forget about the self-satisfaction. Forget about that. The fact that you have the nerve to come on YouTube and say that you're, as a group, collectively, you're going to rat somebody out, and somehow that gives you satisfaction. And then to believe that some other person would say, wow, yeah, that's my friends. Those are my friends. They're rats. Imagine, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that you, as a group of people, are going to collectively get together and form some sort of society that you're going to rat out other YouTubers, and then you're going to say it openly and state it in a fucking video format, and then you believe that you still have friends. Well, your friends, you may still have friends, but they're not what we call stand-up friends. And if you believe they are, that's inside your fucking mind to believe that a group of people can rat out another group of people, and the group of people is somehow looked up upon. Even the fucking Philippines government probably wouldn't look at you other than a rat, okay? And they probably would still give you money, the group, society, whatever, the rat society. They'll still probably give you money for ratting people out, because I heard that part of a deal that the government can make with you. But even the people that are going to give you the money to be a rat or rats, they're still looking at you like you're a piece of shit anyway. Because how would they like it if somebody ratted them out? See how that works? So if they got caught doing something wrong. So if people, reason why I get along with my fucking neighbors so well is because I don't mind any of their fucking business. I don't care what they do. I don't give a shit what they do. Warren, Scott, and several other people that I talk to will tell you I don't give a fuck what my neighbors do. Whatever it is that they do, I don't care. And they know that I don't care. Because if I did fucking care, I wouldn't be allowed to live here. Okay? So whatever the fuck they do, there's guys that walk around without their mask on. There's guys that are fucking drinking all fucking night long. They put the fucking radio on all night long. I don't say nothing. I don't give a fuck what noise they make. Because when I make noise or when I do something, they don't give a fuck about me. But if I called up the fucking building department every time someone did a job without a permit, they'd kill me. They wouldn't let you do that shit here. You fucking people that you think that you're doing society some big fucking wonderful task. And maybe that's your only fucking source of income, your collective fucking group of rat scumbags. Maybe you're gonna put it all together and have a fucking rat party by a fucking rat fest. Like instead of a fucking beer fest or a fucking beer festival, you'll have a little rat fest. Fucking rotten fucking pineapples and shit like that. A little rat fest. Yeah, you guys that are ratting other people out. First of all, I've heard fucking a half a dozen channels. People on there fucking, oh, I gotta fucking call. Fuck you, call up on Fazio. What do I care? What the fuck do I care? Call up on Fazio. Do what you gotta do. You think I give a fuck that you called the IRS? My taxes have been paid since 1993, never late, never a dollar short. What do I give a fuck about the IRS for? But to believe that you're some sort of fucking sensual or sexual or fucking physical prowess because you're a fucking rat scumbag, I don't understand that. So all of you guys out there that you went and I'm going to find out about Fazio's past. Fuck you. Can't find out anything because I've never done anything that I'm embarrassed about. So nothing that I ever did would I be embarrassed about. So I don't give a fuck about all your worthless fucking research. You're just a bunch of rat scumbags, no matter whatever you fucking think that you could find out. Not a fucking thing that I've ever done or said in public, on YouTube or off, do I give a fuck that you people find out about. Not one fucking thing. So you're going to spend all your fucking time researching. You may get some truth. You may not get any truth. Doesn't change the fact that you're a bunch of rat scumbags. And we're done. Let me go back to the comments. Who nobody will ever show any respect for except for this small time snap in history, this little small piece of time where a group of rats get together and rat out a group of YouTubers, and you have this camaraderie, and then 2 weeks from now, nobody will know who the fuck anybody is. Because you're a bunch of rat scumbags, you have no fucking honor between you or anybody else. You just got together to rat out. I heard that you were going to rat out Henry Velez. I don't know if you do it, if you don't do it. And I would bet big money that Henry pays his fucking taxes. But you people are so fucking small-minded, stupid, scumbag, rat cocksuckers that you think that you're going to interfere with Henry Valdez's life, or Valdez, whatever his name is. Sorry, Ricky. I don't know how to spell your last name because I don't pay that much attention to you. But you people are a bunch of fucking losers, man. A bunch of fucking losers. Fucking losers from the get-go. Unfucking believable. Nobody will ever show you any respect except for that small group of people for a few weeks that you get together. And if you'll notice, all these mothers on YouTube, all these mofos on YouTube, they become your friend, and then they're friends with you, what, 5 days, 10 days? 3 weeks from now, they don't even want to know your fucking name. Why? Because they figured you out to be the rat scumbags that you are. So you'll be friends, you'll have a commonality or hatred towards Rike or myself or somebody else, and then 3 weeks from now, they say, fuck you. You know, I tried to be friends with that guy, but he's a scumbag. Yeah, that's what's happened. What, 100 times? 200 times? Every time? Just wait a few fucking weeks. Nobody will even know your fucking name. Nobody that you know today will know your name 3 weeks from now. Fucking rat. Back to the topic at hand. No. You cannot get a business license. If you're overstayed, no, you're not allowed. In fact, if you are overstayed, like if someone was supposed to be out of the Philippines before the lockdown, two things that I talked about with the lady at the Capitol building. She explained to me, now I don't know if this is true or not, but she explained to me that number one, if you're overstayed, somehow you're going to be penalized monetarily. I don't know how much it was. And depends on how long you're overstayed. And because of this lockdown, that doesn't mean anything. They're not going to waive the penalties on overstaying. That's number one. And number two, I think if you're overstayed, it should come up on your passport, because one of the questions is, when did you last arrive in the Philippines? And if you put an arrival date at more than 3 years ago, it should kick you back into a place where you're an overstayer and you're not going to be able to get the license. So I think that because the question is there, it's not the first time I was asked that question in the last 2 weeks. I was asked that question at the office of the NBI when my last entrance into the country was to get my new NBI clearance. So they are aware that there are people that overstayed that can't leave the country, but I think the reason that they're not going to waive the fine is because if you want to leave the Philippines, you can. And therefore, there's no reason that you didn't leave the Philippines. That's what I think, because there are people that live in the Philippines that want to go away from the Philippines, and I think they have occasional flights out to get out of the Philippines. Now, coming back is more difficult, unless you're Warren Hunt and you rent a private charter to come to the Philippines. But I think that the fines are not going to be waived, and they're going to be compounded perhaps daily. I remember one Chinese man, I don't know how late he was. It wasn't a long time. It was less than 3 weeks. And his fines were 15,000 pesos. So it could have been 1,000 pesos a day, but I don't know. All I know is that he was arguing through his interpreter that he was only 3 weeks late and they wanted 15,000 pesos. Not arguing, but asking why so much. And the woman said something like 1,000 pesos a day. Well, that's what it was for him. I don't know what it is now, and that was at least 3 years ago. So maybe they changed that. But for that guy to be late for a couple of weeks, it was 15,000 pesos, which is $300. Now, I have no idea what they do now. So you'll have to call up the Bureau of Immigration. Or, if you have a lawyer, you could ask your lawyer. The lawyer should be able to tell you that information. I don't think so, Jack. Prediction. If this prediction from Scott Del Fuego. For this WE in Chicago. Oh, okay, this week. Prediction for this week in Chicago. 68 shootings and 19 homicides. If you would like to take part in the mayhem, join me on Zone 10 Radio. Okay, so Scott Del Fuego has a link there that you can listen. I think it's called Jackass Radio. You can listen to the police chatter live from the link that Scott Del just gave you. Scott will take that piece of plywood. So the link that Scott posted, I'm gonna copy that and paste it 3 times. To do that. So when you see the link that I posted with Scott's name on it, you can click that link 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and listen to live police radio chatter. That looks like a shovel shingle. It could be a shovel shingle, but it was really a ridge shingle. And a ridge means, I won't tell you what it means. If you don't know construction terms, you should be on another person's channel. Somebody that wears flowered underwear or some shit like that. Jack Thompson, how are your shingles doing? Warren is asking Jack Thompson how his shingles are doing. This is going to be fun. Living with Warren. I could see me and him we have the same sense of humor. Save me a shovel shingle. Tell you what. I got 2 shovel shingles. One for you, one for Scott. You're good to go, Jack. Thank you. Warren was telling me, Scott, that they won't even allow Warren to own a gun in Australia. They have the same rules in Australia for Warren to own a gun as we have here in the Philippines. Same exact rule. Makes it pretty much impossible. Jack Thompson said, Warren said, Jack, if you're 57, you could like under that one. I missed something. Buy a shingle saves you from getting the shingles. Everybody should own a shingle. I mean, fucking look at, we had a new customer here, a new super chatter and a big super chatter. I couldn't believe that there was a new name with such a high amount of money. Andy Goober, 007, rocks my world with an $11.23 super chat, and it's his first super chat ever. Andy Goober, baby. What a fucking name. Black Pots Matter. Andrew Stemmitz is here. Welcome. More stupid chat from Warren. Scott Del Fuego. Listen to Zone 10 or 12 for a bit, especially night or weekend. You'll enjoy it, I promise. Thank you, Scott. I listened to it one day. I clicked that link, and it was almost no chatter at all, but it was my 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what day it was. I don't remember. Flipping Warren is gilding the lily, you bastard. Well, Look, we have a deal, Jack, between me and Warren. Warren is going to be partners on the hotel. We're going to be equal partners, right? So I told Warren, just get used to giving me a lot of fucking money. A lot of fucking money, because I have a lot of fucking money invested into the hotel. So I'm breaking them in easy with $5, $10, $20 super chats. But I told Warren what he needs to do, number one. Can't show you my wallet. First thing Warren needs to do is get one of those motorcycle rider wallets with the chain on it, right? That's the first thing. It ain't going to help, but it'll make him feel better when I take the wallet out of his pocket, take the credit card out, and bang it out a couple of times a month. But he'll feel better that the wallet has a chain on it. The chain ain't going to help. The chain is just for show. Of course, Warren could feel 100% secure that I don't even touch his wallet if he remembers to get a second card with my name on it. This way, in case Warren loses his credit card from his bank account, I'll lend him mine credit card from his bank account. What are partners for, right? I mean, I'm like the government, Jack. I'm here to help. He is driving the price up, but don't feel bad, Jack. There's so much more good one-side wood laying around. You'll have no idea. And if worse comes to worse, I'll just go outside and start taking pieces off the house. I'm good like that. Very creative. Peekaboo to you. We had that too, peekaboo. Shit on a shingle. I remember my dad. We had that. My dad had that term from the service, I think, because I wasn't alive yet at that time. But my mother used to say that once in a while. What do you have? We're having shit on a shingle. And I would look at Mom and go, Mom, curse. I remember when I was small. Cream chopped beef on toast. That's what I think it is. S stands for shit on a shingle. Peekaboo too. He's getting into his vlogging mode. That's what you got to do when you vlog. You got to stay. When you're a vlogger on YouTube, you watch Steve Montelli, right? Steve knows damn well the pandemic is bullshit, but he doesn't say it. But he makes you say it every time he doesn't say it. You got to learn to work the crowd. Work the crowd. Wow. I just had two purples at the same time. Purple jelly beans. Boy, they're good. Work the crowd. Right, Scott. My dad had us eating shit on the shingle all the time from his army days. My dad was in the paratroopers, right? My dad liked that. My mom liked it too. We all liked it. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm back. Andrew Steinmetz, Black Pots Matter. Jack Thompson still eats shit on a shingle every Sunday morning. Why don't you get your girlfriend to come off the roof? All pots matter. I never inhaled. All pots matter. What a bullshit story that is, yeah? All pots matter except Warren H. Jack Thompson. Now there's a novel idea. See, Jack Thompson wants you to rat him out before he rats himself out. Warren H. says, you got ratted out the other night by a certain vlogger. He sure did. Jack Thompson, I'm the boss, man. Yep. Fucking rats out of the bag now. The extra 1 cent from Warren H. $10 super chat. Big super chat. Big orange super chats on the screen. 1001, because last time he chiseled me for a penny on a $9.99. But don't worry, Warren. We're breaking you in easy. This is nothing to do with reality. These $10 super chats are what I call the baby steps. Baby steps. When we get you here, when you bring the other card, I will show you how to get money from the bank. I will show you. And also the other thing that you should do is update, and I'm serious about this, but only because I'm kidding about the other thing. My credit card only allows me to take $500 a day out. So if you can upgrade your credit card to take out more when we go to buy building supplies, it would be more advantageous. But that's up to you. You could probably do that over the computer once you get here. But you might have to sign something in Australia while you're still there. So maybe you want to talk to the bank. By the way, I was at the bank yesterday. I did speak with my rep there. The money from May 14th and the other money still hasn't arrived yet. Just letting you know. Just saying. Don't worry. I have plenty to do. Plenty of money to do everything I need to do. But I'm just letting you know. Jack Thompson. Oh my God, Warren. A very famous wrestler, said Jack Thompson, once said, to be the man, you got to beat the man. Woohoo! That sounds like a challenge. Warren sent the extra pennies. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. Salamat. Black pots matter, Jack. You know that. I was thinking about that, Scott. I mean, this spatula works the best sounding spatula that I have, actually. It's getting beat up a little bit. But this aluminum spatula works better than the stainless steel spatula. Yeah, this was a good deal and a good deal more. Thank you, Scott. I will do a special spatula super chat fun. A certain blogger never asks for a super chat, while he constantly asks vicariously. He also claims he made up the word vicarious, # jackass. I heard that. I don't think he did. I don't think that's true. He's definitely watching now, but he can't see the comments because he blocked everyone that's here and that has a YouTube account. Everyone is a fucking troll. That's right, baby. That's right. That's right. He can't see the comments. I forgot about that. I wonder if you could unblock the person at the beginning of the show and then block them later. I'm about 1 hour behind in comments. Okay. Half a shingle. All right, I'll go through these. Warren, $20. This is my half of the hotel. 20. We're just getting you started, Warren. Don't worry about it. We'll break you in proper. Oh, shit, he was right about that. There's 20 large, Michael. 20 large is $20. That's right. 20 large is $20. That's right. Or 20 large could be 20,000, you know. I would say that someone would, of course, 20 large, $20. Oh, God, that money for the tax man, baby. I'm going to get through the comments now. Eat shit. Jack Thompson says, this is how it's done, especially when people like you. This channel is just for the man that don't paint their hair. That's right, baby. Talking about hair, I went into the place yesterday to get a hair thing, to get the thing, to cut the hair. I went to 3 fucking stores in Tagbilaran. All 3. You know that this is what I mean about living in the Philippines. It's a fucking, sometimes it's fucking funny and sometimes I need a haircut, right? I want, not a haircut, I want to buy the shears. So they send me to the ground floor in the BQ Mall and they say they had shears downstairs. So I asked the lady for shears like this to cut my hair. Like that. So we walk over to the shelf, but there weren't any. So she tells me where to go to get the shears and the name of the place. And it was a beauty salon on the 3rd floor of the BQ Mall, or 2nd floor. It depends on what part of the mall you're in. So I go there to buy the shears. She goes, they will, you have shears to buy? Yeah. And it was a beauty salon. I thought maybe they sold shears, like somebody had a business selling scissors and shears. But no, it was just a beauty salon, and they wanted 390 pesos, $8 for a haircut, to give me a, what is called an opat, baldy, $8 to shave my head bald. But I'll get the shears. I want to get the shears, and then I might have a guest come over and cut my hair. And I'll charge you guys money for how to cut my hair. Maybe. My cat runs when Michael plays the pots. There's 20 large, Warren H. Yeah, baby. I bet someone is going to report that 20 large. Yeah, baby. Sweet Jesus. This is going to be about 14-hour stream by the time Michael gets to the bottom. Eat shit. This is how it's done. Jack Thompson. I painted my pubes once, and I'm still in the club. The hair. Andy Googer. Bottoms up every time you ear rat. You bottoms up every time you ear rat. That's right, baby. Nobody, you know, and the funny thing about some of these rats is they do something really, 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 really fucked up. And then when they get caught, they wonder why. They wonder why. Why? In fact, about a while ago, I heard a story about a guy that made fun of Michael Fazio because I said that a rat came in the house and left. Then, not so long ago, another guy was talking about ratting other people out on YouTube. And that day, he had a rat in his house. So is that karma? So I had a rat, just said I had to get a rat trap, but then he talked about ratting other people out, and that day a rat appeared in his house. Is that what karma is? Is that karma? Is that rat karma? I would say it's rat karma. I would say it's a fucking sign of a rat. Andy Goober, bottoms up every time you hear rat. Bottoms up, baby. Warren H., I'd rather be gray than nay. P.S. His hairline is getting higher. It is. It fucking is. That fucking, I couldn't believe the shit I saw last week. The fucking attempt. It's not a comb over. It's a fucking attempt at a comb over. I gotta tell you. My fucking hairline, on the other hand, oh, I got something I want to show you fucking people. I found a picture of my fucking hairline when I was 40 years old. I fucking was wrong. I have been wrong. I never thought I would be wrong about this. I have been fucking wrong. I thought my fucking hair moved back 3/16 of an inch since high school. But it didn't. I found a fucking picture from when I was actually 1995, 40 years old, 38 years old, 38, 40 years old. Look at this fucking picture. Look at this picture. Look at this bad boy right here. I was 38 or 40 in this picture because I know where it was taken in Florida and when. Look at my hairline, right? That shit ain't gone anywhere in the last, this was in 1993, 95. That shit ain't even gone back. Look at this shit. It's still the same. It's the fucking same. I thought this shit's been moving just recently, but it ain't going back nowhere. That shit is fucking hanging tough. Look, that's my picture from when I was 40 years old. That's 25 years ago. And this shit is still fucking hanging tough. And this would be a comb over, but this is what a fucking comb over looks like. You want to comb it over, comb the shit over. But when you comb it over and the shit's fucking halfway back to Chicago, that's not a comb over. That's a fucking bad attempt. Bad. So anyway, this shit is fucking happening, man. This shit is fucking happening. Look at that shit. Right there and right there, the same shit. Different shit, different day. Same shit, different day. Either way, it's the same shit, different day. Yay. To the comments. The rat, says Warren, the rat and the Gossip Girl Club of the insert island name here. Jack Thompson, I noticed that I was sent a screenshot from his video yesterday. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so the rat club for men, the rat club for fucking half men, the rat club has been sending out screenshots of the other rats in the rat club for men to the people that they're ratting them out so that there'll be controversy, I guess. Bruce Davis is a perfect example of what I was talking about before. You get these fucking half-wits on YouTube that what they do is they try to manipulate people to become their friend. And they're a little bit charismatic. They got a fucking bullshit line 3.5 years long, a fucking lifeline of bullshit from the time they were born. And they become friends with people. And then people tell them the friendship isn't going to last. And it doesn't. And Bruce Davis is a perfect example of that. Bruce Davis even super chatted me a couple of times. So Bruce Davis became friends with a couple of people on YouTube, and then he realized that those people, I think Bruce Davis realized that the people he became friends with were not telling the truth or lying about certain things. Certainly, some of those people were lying about me. There's no doubt about that. So when I called out the people that were lying about my background and my skill sets, Bruce you can only fucking take. If I tell people I have a fucking video of my ocean racer on YouTube and here's the name of it, and then you go and see that I had a fucking ocean racer, well, then the guy who told you that I didn't have an ocean racer, well, he's a fucking liar, right? He's a fucking liar. So enough videos like that, I have the ocean racer and the cars and the houses and shit like that. Eventually, everybody says, "Whoa, what the fuck, man?" I'm now. You can still be friends with anybody you want, but if you want to choose to be friends with a guy that just fucking lies to you, eventually he's going to lie to you too, right? So why would you fucking be friends with somebody that fucking lies? Jack Thompson, I just looked at the pic again. Did you notice the bags under the eyes from the vids yesterday? They look like giant aircraft carriers sailing near a small island. I gotta get water. Hold on. It's fucked up, Jack. Fucked up even for you. That's fucked up. But true. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm not gonna have water. I'm gonna have pineapple, fresh. This fucking pineapple I got the other day. Oh my god! I'm not even kidding. Every once in a while, you get a pineapple that's just exceptionally good. And the core in this pineapple was that big around, over 1.25 inches around. I'm going, the whole thing is core, but the core is soft. I don't remember seeing a pineapple with a core that was this big. Usually they're about 3/4 of an inch and it's very hard. This one is like as soft as the pineapple, and the pineapple tastes better than, one of the best pineapples I ever ate. I eat the core and all, but I'm not even kidding. The core in this pineapple is as soft as a regular pineapple. Unbelievable. That's the plan, baby. Oh, all right. I think you're talking about the card. We'll talk. Warren, can we talk after the live stream? Warren, the rat is definitely feeling the pressure. He's losing sleep. He's friggin' deer deserves sleepless night. Dear, rats get away with what they deserve eventually. I didn't actually read that correctly. Jack Thompson, that's so true, my friend. If I upset Michael, he's going to pee on my deck. Oh, yeah. I told Warren, because Warren's going to have the floor below me. If he pisses me off, I'm going to pee on his deck. Hopefully he won't be there. I should tell you the story about Mike, or maybe I did. I can't tell it on YouTube. Andy Goober, 007, good on you from Warren. You bring me tears, bro. So happy. Thank you, Andy Goober. Andy, if you want, just if you're still here, I'll give you another Andy Goober special, free, no charge, no super chat. Well, just let me know if you're still here, and I'll give it to you. Let me get through the comments. Consider it a public service. That was a major super chat you gave me, Andy. Thank you. I don't know who Andy is, but we can thank Andy with a double fucking pot banging. The chain will make it easier to pull my wallet off the roof when it floats up from being emptied out. I will get Michael his own card, as I don't want to know when I get scammed. Oh, thanks.